Hey Papaya, how are y'all doing today? We're having a lovely afternoon. Hi Akini, welcome in. We're back with some more of the Devil, which I've been excited to play some more of since I think last week. Yeah, last week I played some of this. Yes. And usually I would play some Silk Song or play Unbeatable, but also of the Devil is it's so good. I want to play more of it. It's so fun. It's so silly. It's so interesting. Last time last time what did we do? Oh, last time we got we got hired for a new job. We got a new case to a new case. I guess a new case to defend as our job as a criminal defense attorney. And we're supposed to be, our client is one of a member of a criminal group. Legally on the books, they're not criminals. They are a very legal, very normal company. But we all know they're part of the they're part of the undercity. Undercity? I mean, probably main city. You know, they're pretty powerful people. They've done some things, and we're supposed to defend one of their top bodyguards, who is accused of killing 5 people. 1, 2, 3. Is it 5? 1, 2. Yeah, 5 people, which is interesting because the location and the majority of people who are killed in that situation were people that Morgan had a hand in dealing with in the start of episode 2. So, but the 5th person is unknown to it. The 5th person is a police officer who was apparently killed, which was a surprise to Morgan because she had no hand in ending that officer's life. So we're trying to figure that out as well. But we know most of the facts, in theory, about the whole situation that went down in the room. We relatively know what happened when the rumor happened. But yeah, that's basically it. We're now at the Queen of the Shrine, scene of the crime, and we are now going to. I think we're about to go investigate further, go into the room and start investigating. Where and what? Where? What we could find? What evidence to prove our client's innocence can be found there? Yeah. Alright, let me go continue. And let's hit the high roller save. Wait, well, we just entered the building. We just entered the building with Detective London and a blue blood. A high-ranking blue blood person of the of the underworld. Yeah. So, you were saying this used to be an apartment building? I'm gonna lower the music a little bit, actually. Just smidge. So, you were saying this used to be an apartment building? Somewhere between that and a long stay motel, yeah. Blue Bloods don't deviate far from that model when they took over. They call rooms like these vaults, places to stash away a lover, witness, debtor, when there's too much heat. You've gone through all these vaults, I take it? Science helped us with that. Last night, yeah. Bringing around master keys, clearing out every possible hiding place. Didn't find a red-handed killer hiding somewhere, did he? Sorry, no. So, this is the Blue Blood's forte. Forte, then? Securing people, places, and things. You could think of it that way. Guess I always assumed gangs made their money through drugs. Well, the Blue Bloods do deal here and there. But narcotics has been a rich man's game ever since the CDCA rolled in. The fuck is CDCA, you ask? Well, searching results for Contraband Decriminalization Acts, a series of laws passed in the 2060s that decriminalized all narcotics used and established narcotic use and established the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight to administrate the production, licensing, distribution, and taxation of drugs across the country. Overwhelmed by citizen unrest and eager to replenish government coffers, the CDCA were intended to reduce the backlog of criminal cases across the country, provide much-needed tax income, while also incentivizing immigration. The promise of amnesty. Thank for the pat. And what was considered a domino effect, other major nations around the globe passed comparable laws to build up their own depleted war chests and revitalize their local economies. The so-called white wave of global amnesty overturned the international drug trafficking market in just a few short years. The gray wave followed soon after. A money-starved criminal organization waged economic and literal war against multinational corporations for dominance of this new gray market. Fierce competition for government license to produce classic narcotics emerged alongside a race to develop new, more powerful designer drugs and to monopolize on their sale in the months it would take the government to identify and legalize them. While rates of addiction and overdose deaths have dropped since their peaks in the last 2 decades, the dangers associated with untested designer drugs and drug distributors' eagerness to earn new customers has continued to fuel debate over the legacy of the CDCA and the white wave as a whole. Wow. Something I learned recently is that I need to talk slower when reading things sometimes, because I talk way too fast and end up slurring my words together. It's unintelligible. This is gonna be very fun when I'm playing a game that involves lots of reading. Out loud. Wowie! It's fun. It should be fun though. Interesting. Fascinating. We're learning so much. There's so much that I learned last time in episode 1. I'm pretty sure we learned about CDCA in episode 1 as well. Because it resets all our logs and our database that we have doesn't carry over into episode 2, which is fine. It's fun. I kind of like reading everything over again. It's good to get a refresher of what things are. But yeah. If you have the funds to ride the gray wave the way House Icaria does, you can make a killing. They've got the market cornered. They got the market cornered from black to gray to white to pure green profit. The Blue Bloods hate that they have to make do with the scraps. The Megs and the House don't bother producing en masse. Professional jealousy. How ugly. Why can't these underground overlords bury the hatchet, get together, and screw over the consumer, like reasonable people do? We'll lower the volume of music a little bit more. A little bit more. Now you need to talk a bit louder. When you're marking, that's a bit hard to do in that voice for me, I think. But I can try. We'll see. We'll see a combination of things and see how that goes. It can take me to readjust myself to voicing these characters, even though it's been like a week. They've tried. But you believe the rumors? About a year ago, now about a year ago now, there's some kind of meeting in Olive Branch, from the golds to the blues. Apparently, Blue Bloods had a product that the Icaria wanted to distribute. The Icaria sell legal drugs now, though. And what kind of product could the Blue Bloods have that Icaria couldn't manufacture? Not sure. Maybe that's why it went south so fast. Blood was spilled in less than an hour. The Icaria aren't the type to keep negotiating after being spat on like that. And so, the Blue Bloods remain firmly planted in their lower wards niche. They might not have liked having to take the low end, but they are filling a gap in the market. And that's every proper capitalist calling, right? Besides, the workers certainly appreciate their protection down here. Workers hire Blue Bloods for protection? No, that's... all that stuff is legal. So... how long? So as long as they're licensed, isn't it? Legal? Yes. Respectable? Most would say no. The household name, security may consider it too high risk to be seen in the company of workers. Workers? Noun. Abbreviated from the abbreviated form of sex worker. Worker is a shortened form of the term sex worker, generally used to refer to individuals who are legally licensed as such, as opposed to those who are engaged in sex work outside of legal guidelines. Sex workers operate in high-end establishments, generally in specialized zone municipal districts with high median property prices, low districts. And catering to only specific clientele may be more commonly referred to as courtesans. Please sign in to verify your age in order to display the full search results for your query. Doesn't help that their average board member is easily pushing 60 years old. You aren't that far from pushing 60 years yourself, are you? Matter of opinion. Matter of opinion. Besides, I'm a very modern, forward-thinking man. Did you finish those 50 rosaries already? Right. And the Igaria. They don't, compete in the market. No. People at the Akara's huts might patronize a courtesan or two in the Cloud District, but they never lower themselves to work alongside one. Hypocrites. That much I understand perfectly. The hypocrisy is the appeal for them. The rules don't apply to me. You couldn't ask for a more pure expression of power. Damn. Worse than I remember. Like a demon tore through the place. Seriously. What the hell happened here? And that's what we all get paid to find out, right? Yeah. I've definitely got a head start on the rest of you, though. Shall we bring up the arcs? Sure. I'll bat you in. Allow me. If you're needed on the phone. if you know the phone, Miss Hans, please don't let me keep you here. Nonsense. Nonsense. I've got all the time in the world for you. Everyone's treating me like royalty today. Arcs boot up. Wah. Arcs.user portal. Authenticating. Arcs user portal. Downloading. Arcs portal. I forgot what the third was. Augmented reality. Crime scene. Took the words right out of my mouth. Where shall we start? How about with dull, dark, and mysterious in the middle, yeah. That's your client. Is found standing over Chopin's body by the arresting officer. Rogers, right? And then he knocked Sosuke out. Correct. So, why is it this artistic rendition of Sosuke and not a capture from Roger's body cam? Well, it seems like at the time the body cam was off. Seriously? Hey, I'd chew him out myself if he was here with us. It's department policy to have all sensors green when responding to respond to an emergency. Did all this not qualify as an emergency, then? Chopin and Rogers were responding to shots fired. That's not uncommon in this part of town. For two inexperienced officers first on the scene, it might not have come to mind. At least Chopin could use that excuse. Rest in peace. But apparently Rogers requests replacement body cam nearly every week. Okay. He's that big of a klutz. Take away his gun once he said he's done throwing him in parade. I'll put in a request. Right then. Who's next? Let's look at the person in front of us. Blood loss from the neck. Even I could tell that much. Stabbed with the bladed weapon right near the carotid artery. Very efficient. Not the kind of kill someone would make without prior experience. My client's a humble bodyguard. Come on now. I know you've got a job to do, but you'll shame him if you don't let him take credit for this one. This was no joke in the fight. Take him out with one clean stab to the neck using his precious signature katana. The hand must be ancient to brag about it. I'll defer to the medical examiner on this matter. Thank you very much. What do you mean? Sato said the same thing. Katana to the neck. Yet, not so many words. Is Miller's blood even on the katana? Even if it is, why would a medical examiner assume the katana was used when my knife is a much better fit for my knife? Where is it? Where? I gave Sosuke the knife before I left. It should have been found on him when he was arrested. It should have been somewhere in the arcs. You looking for something, Tiger? If they haven't found the knife and I asked about it anyway, that'd mean admitting that I know it's missing. If I tell them Sosuke mentioned a knife that only the killer would know about, I'd be running my rumor case before even entering the courtroom. Or worse, pointing the police in the direction of the knife's real origin. No, I just... Was anything found on my client's person when he was arrested? Besides the gun, the sword, and a bunch of blood that did and didn't belong to him? No. Not even lint in his pockets. Where did the knife go? Why do you ask? No reason. Sometimes you gotta shake the trees to see what falls out. Or so they say. Oh, you were blindly guessing. I've been there. Something must have happened to that knife. It couldn't have just disappeared. Not from a crime scene locked down like this. I'll need to find it. But I can't just go looking for it. Is this what it feels like to play with a handicap? Interesting. So they don't have the knife we used to stab that man in the throat. Interesting. Whoop. Who the hell? I'd advise you brace yourself before opening the autopsy photos for this one, counselor. Yes, this is sufficiently obfuscated. A lot to take in. The skull was crushed? Yes. But the cause of death was blood loss from a laceration across the neck. He hit the floor and bled out in seconds. Everything else you're seeing there is a post-mortem. Overkill. As the kids would say on a video game. Not the word I'd use for this kind of shit. Oh, calm down. I didn't do this for the fun of it. In this specific instance, this victim had modded eyes. Seems to me like someone just didn't want to take any chances. Bullshit. No one in the lower wards would get optic mods with recording functionality. You wouldn't be welcome anywhere. You gonna claim the hand of Ikaria didn't know something that fundamental? Nah, he bashed his brains in for the fun of it. I'm sure to a law-abiding citizen like yourself, we're all scum of the earth, who deserve, pretty sky myself, hon. Defense attorney. Remember? Who the hell deserves shit like this? Deserves? What does that have to do with anything? I take it that this bat is what did the deed. Matches the splinters found inside his wounds, if you had any doubts. There's nothing here about nthCirlce's fingerprints. You think we could get anything but particle? You don't think... You think we've got anything but particles off that? It's practically splinters. Makes sense. Makes sense. I was the one who actually swung it down, and was wearing gloves by then. Whoever did this, they were damn enthusiastic. You know how hard they'd have to spin to crush a skull? To break the bat itself? I can't imagine. First evidence, oh that's not first, new evidence, broken bat. A cheap wooden bat used to bludgeon Trey's skull post-mortem. Pinches beyond repair during the bludgeoning. Fingerprint analysis has proven inconclusive, returning only particles. It was barring nthCirlce from exiting the other room before I used it to destroy Tress's eyes. But no one else knows that, and I have no way of informing them. What a pain. There's some faint blood that's been smeared here. Does it belong to this victim? And nthCirlce, I wonder if maybe the bodies hadn't gotten moved around for some reason, but your client's legs and feet were soaked in others' bloods when he was arrested. And he would have had to sneak up on Chopin in order to stab him in the back. You think he slid his feet across the ground to avoid making noise? Does it say otherwise? Let you keep guessing on that one. Okay. Window. Windows open to the fire escape in the alley below. There's a thin misting of blood across them. God could get us as to who it belongs to. This is where we found Creek, leader of the pod. Ballistics tell us the shooter was standing in front of the desk, near where my client was found. Your words, not mine. Nasty slug burst in the chest. Blue blood back onto the windows behind him. The open windows. Hell of a spread. Yes, it is. Did someone open these, or... No? They were open when we secured the scene. Any fingerprints? Plenty on the handles, were from Creek and his pod. That's where the handles are. Why are they so low? Why are the handles so low in the window? That's a bit bizarre for giant windows. You just take a lot of effort to open them, I think. Probably. Jeez. Something wrong? The window at the scene of the crime, positioned behind Creek's desk, opens to the alley and the fire escape. Blood splatter across the windows has, through forensic analysis, been traced back to when a magus shell split inside Creek's ribcage, spraying blood and viscera behind him. Fingerprints on the handles match Creek and the rest of his pod. Definitely. But how the hell could I explain why I know that? No. I'm sorry, I guess I'm wondering about the keys around his neck in the arcs. Oh, the one was a master key. Could unlock any other door in the building. The other key we eventually paired to a small safe in his desk. Empty, though. Suppose that's all irrelevant, since he apparently died with the keys on his person. Yeah. They caught my eye, too, to be honest, but not every detective's instincts pans out. So, who was this guy? Curious? Only professionally. I don't care what he was before I killed him. Criminal record, dating as far back as it goes. Failed. As it goes sealed when you turn 18. What makes you so sure he was a juvenile? He has a juvenile record, then. The more experience these guys get, the more time in between their arrests. Pattern, I'm saying. He's pretty damn experienced by the time he was of age. Trying to compliment him? You trying to compliment him? I wasn't trying to insult him, Han. Anything you'd like to add? Nah, nothing. Nothing I want to say in front of you two. If you want to, say a few words. The detective and I could step. Only words I have are for his killer. I'll deliver them in person. Or not at all. Fair enough. Do you have any idea who someone might want to... Why? Do you have any idea why someone might want to hurt this Greek fellow? That's not funny. That dog you're defending. It's a fair question, hon. Give it fair consideration. Besides the Icaria, the rest, and our city's finest? No. Freak was charismatic and driven. Last he made us a lot of money. Not true blue. No true blue would want to hurt him with him gone. I think. Last there's the Icaria soldier who was interrogating, however. Probably wasn't a huge fan. What about family? This is getting old fast. Younger brother's listed as the next kin. Leave his brother out of this. Leave his brother out of this. Hell, leave me out of this. Rooting through a person like you're picking at, that's... Well, seems out of town, anyway. Taking summer lessons at Palmarina, you. Mariner, you. That's a good school. An expensive school. Younger brother has no listed occupation. Also no prior. There's no juvenile record. TAD. At his age? Poor kid. Deals with that costs an arm and a leg. Freak must have been sending him. Detective. Did you just leak the confidential medical data of a non-suspect to a third party? Hey. You have to report. How about, buy you an ice cream or something? Bribery, too? You're digging yourself pretty deep. Is it still bribery if I'm the government officer? I can't read. I can't speak normally. Is it still bribery if I'm the government official? Yes. Yes, it is. What else? Ah, the book. Papers scattered all over his desk. Suppose I'm partially to blame. I didn't exactly memorize the setup before I started searching for the mask. What's this? nthCirlce. What'd you find there? A note? Looks like Creek's handwriting from the other files I've seen. nthCirlce. Looks like nthCirlce. Yeah. Actually. He's dead, London. I was gonna let the spelling mistake slide. Right, sorry. But that's gotta be Makoto, right? You know, Makoto? I know he's the Ikaria's heir, apparently. I know he's Ikaria's heir apparent. From what I hear, he is an appropriately frightening young scion. He's really quite something. But why would his name be on Creek's desk? He was Creek's real target the other day. Sosuke was some kind of consolation prize. Bag in the Hound was a consolation prize? These punks had their sights set high. Yeah. Like no one taught them not to stare at the sun. What else did I look at? The desk itself. Creek's fine wood desk. He seemed particular about it. Maybe in no small part because it had a priceless no mask hidden inside it, but I assume you've been through this datapad here? Front to back. Well, we didn't find anything we didn't already know. Seems like Creek was smart enough to use it for payment and nothing else. Ah, I missed Creek to know. A note scrawled onto the piece of paper. The paper reading nthCirlce. nthCirlce. Handwritten is by and large a match with other documents penned and initialed by Creek found at the crime scene. Creek's datapad. A simple datapad with an attachment for processing non-standard identification info. Commonly sold to allow payment processing of unusual or rare forms. Besides some fingerprints were found. Fingerprints were found matching those of Creek and Officer Chopin. Technicians have confirmed that the datapad is locked to Creek's fingerprints, making it difficult for anyone else to use it. A dart card is stuck quite firmly into the attached card reader. Couldn't avoid touching it. Had to at least pretend the dart card would work. Fascinating. I guess that makes sense. How'd he manage that? Even gangsters need spreadsheets. Here's the paperwork you see scattered about. They really did everything by hand. PPP is what they call it over in organized crime. Paper and pencil protocol. Helps the orcas keep their books. The books. Or at least in a format that's easier to destroy. Should push come to shove. Did you run checks on this credit card that's jammed in here. Not surprised you don't recognize it. That there's a dark card. Wow. Tell me more. Wow. Tell me more. It's an untraceable wallet in the palms of her hand. I would hope any wallet could fit in the palm of your hand, detective. But you really can't find the owner? Can't trace it to any of his transactions? Most we can tell is the datapad registered calls to dark card networks at around 9:40 p.m., but timed out. What does that mean? The transfer didn't go through. Either someone got cold feet, or they forgot their password. Happens to the best of us. Forgetting the password, that is. Dark card. A physical card key that begins the authentication process of accessing funds located in a cryptographically secure account. And the fingerprints, without the fingerprints of the owner in their 24-hour passcode, 24-digit passcode, the card alone is unfunctionally useless. Forensics show that all fingerprints have been wiped off it at some point. Recover the crime scene stuck in the card reader of a datapad. Only reason I had to take my gloves off in the first place was because of this useless piece of plastic. In a second, I'm doing. Yes, we're good. We're good. Okay. Interesting. By the way, what's this cloth? Why has this cloth been flagged? Not sure. Francis didn't find any blood on it. Who flagged it? Lady Rockford herself. Could be that she fat thumbed it. Yeah. I'm sure it's nothing. Okay. I'm gonna keep note of that in my brain. That there's a cloth that's been flagged as a point of interest for some reason. Alright. Let's look at the body back here first. The big one. He made a strange face when I shot him, and a loud slam when he hit the floor. This one? Real long rap sheet. With a short ending. Buckshot to the torso. Died instantly. Flex wear on his mods put his time of death at around 9:44 p.m. Killed by his own weapon. Comes a bit short of poetic justice, but doesn't look like he was in any kind of struggle for it beforehand. But how did someone manage to get it off his hands? Off of his hands. That's a good question. It wasn't any great feat, I assure you. Tex identified it as a double-barrel Mag US, and... Hey, how'd you know this gun was his? He's still wearing the holster in the arcs. Was I mistaken? No. About a week ago, Tank's hair was stopped and frisked by a patrol unit. And they found this here gun on him. They found this gun on him, and they just handed it back to him. He bought and paid for it above board. So this gun isn't jailbroken. You have tag data from the murders? No, we don't. Strange. According to the text, the gun is jailbroken. What happened between last week and last night that he'd get the tag stripped off? Mag US. A short barrel maglev firearm recovered from the scene of the crime. Registered to Anchor Tongue, aka Tanks. Found on Sosuke Ikaria's person when he was arrested by Officers Rogers. Fingerprint analysis shows that Sosuke Ikaria gripped it in his left hand. No one else's fingerprints are present. Modified to an illegal extent, the slugs fired detonate after penetrating their target, increasing lethality, and the gun leaves no digital traces, tags, from when or where it was fired. Horribly gaudy, but got the job done. Last I saw it, I left it in Sosuke's waistband. Fascinating. Okay, so it's jailbroken, but also not, but wasn't jailbroken last week. Interesting. Why did you buy it and jailbreak it a week after? That is quite an interesting choice. Something that made him think this piece would say action soon. Fascinating. Okay, what else to look at? I guess, who the hell? Who the hell are you? Really? Why are you lying here dead? Right in the middle of my crime scene? That was Tarek Chopin, as you might guess. A patrol officer and the son of 2 loving fathers. Hey, gay dads! Hell yeah! Who strongly emphasize to the chief of police they desire to see justice done. Rise was exaggerating about him and how he died. Run through behind with a sword. So, he would have been standing in front of the desk. Then he was impaled. Then he collapsed on the floor face first, and the sword got stuck in the ground. Bad luck for the attacker, I suppose. Where? Dr. Santos noted in her report that the stab wound was, in her words, jostled. Pardon? Like the attacker tried to pull it out, it was stuck, so they had to jiggle it around. Hey, it's probably what saved Roger's life. Kept your client distracted, disarmed long enough to give Rogers time to rush in. Allegedly. Not where I left you. That's for sure. And according to Sosuke, the one thing he does recall, after I passed the baton to him, is gripping his sword. You're not giving me much to work with. Fingerprints on the grip match your client's right hand, by the way. Here I was getting my hopes up. And it definitely wasn't suicide, because no one else's prints are on the damn thing. nthCirlce's sword. Bladed weapon found at the scene of the crime. Impaled into the torso of victim Tarek Chopin. The steel is chipped at several points, especially the tip. Fingerprints on the handle match the right hand of Sosuke Ikaria, but no other prints found. Blood residue at various points of the blade matches the DNA victims Chopin, Miller, and Trey. Another murder weapon. I had to wipe prints off before taking my leave. It was integral. Trying to take Tress's head off was my only indulgence, either. I must have gotten Miller's blood on the blade tip when I dragged it across the floor. Okay. Interesting. I wrote out suicide once I saw he was stabbed in the back, thank you. There were papers scattered underneath his body. Did I knock them off the desk at some point? Maybe when the tall one hit the ground? Or maybe when I was swinging that bat down on... Hang on. What kind of paper is this? I can't read a word. Really? You should get that looked at. My vision's 20/20. What am I looking at, Miss Site Manager? Those docs are in internal business, ma'am. Nothing where you're pretty little head over. How do you know they're internal business if we can't read them? You've really never seen red ink before? Never heard of it. It's a corporate information security protocol. Files with special flags trigger specific print commands if you try to make a physical copies. Makes use of some kind of special ink. Try to take a photo of it, and it comes out a bright blur. Maybe special too. Too much heat, minty. Becomes legible. A corpse bleeding out on top of you is a lot of heat and humidity. These documents contain confidential data that the Blue Bloods wouldn't want getting out. Ah, acquired red ink tech. Noun. Information security protocols designed to hamper attempts to copy physical documents. Red ink is an information system security protocol whose name has become synonymous with anti-dissemination technology in general. While different organizations will make use of different technologies to achieve their data security goals, the original system's core principles are still widely taught and practiced in business administration courses around the globe. First developed in the mid-21st century, amidst widespread concerns about hackers' newfound capabilities after the third netcode leak, red ink practices emphasize the vulnerability of data systems and espouse the relative reliability of physical documents, printed or even handwritten information that cannot be changed or stolen except through in-person action. More broadly, red ink systems are designed to minimize the time that critical information spreads, changing hands. Critics of the techies' teachings thus claim it is antithetical to cooperation between peers and leads to siloing of information. Red ink is also commonly used to refer to any kind of printed text material that incorporates anti-piracy measures. Common examples include anti-photocopier sheen gloss, paper that degrades outside of an extremely narrow moisture conditions, cipher encrypted text based on extinct indigenous languages, and sleeper marks, printer machine codes left on the corners of documents that are invisible to the naked eye, but are unique to individual printers. Ooh, interesting. We're learning so much today. Oh yeah. What they say in the mountain movies? I can't confirm nor deny that. And I subpoenaed the data. And if I subpoenaed the data, do your worst. You got lawyers too. And like your client, they got all the time in the world to stall. Besides, you and I both know exactly what the hound's motive was. And it wasn't written in those pages. It's written all over his busted up face. Sure. But you won't mind if I copy down whatever I can anyway, right? I won't have any legal reason to stop you, if that's what you're getting at. Thanks. Red ink. Acquired as evidence. Red ink. Documents found at the scene of the crime, mostly blotted out by the blood coming from Chopin's corpse, apparently contained confidential information of high value. Only the occasional page number, graphics, or name can be spotted. Snippets include page 21. Lars required for expansion of eminent domain. With proper page 345. Payments to 403. Election. Solomon longed to push for colloquially referred to as the lower W. 492. Upcoming. Stress the important optic of the highest level. Fascinating. Fascinating, okay. We're learning so much. We're getting some good evidence. There's some good evidence here. Give me a second, I need to do something again. Here we go, craft. Okay. Let's get the water real quick. And for our throats. And pour for our throats. Yeah, we're good. There you go. Alright, what else is there to look at in the scene besides the door? Oh, of course. The screen. I turned it on to distract Tanks along to grab his gun. And I remember choosing not to turn it back off. Interesting setup. Interesting setup. Powerful setup. It's blaring when we arrived. The sound system, I mean. One of the CS techs is a real audiophile. Said it broke her heart how loud they must have blared the speakers all the time. Wears it out, she said. Sound system. A sound system found at the scene of the crime. According to the ARCs, the system was still playing music loudly by the time the crime scene text started scanning the environment. It really was giving me a headache when I turned it off. Didn't enjoy having to turn it back on before I left. Just to leave no trace. I wouldn't count on orcas to value the longevity of their tech purchases. Okay. Looks like there's everything in here. Well, I don't envy either of your workloads. It's a mess in here. It's a lot of blood, that's for sure. I'm impressed you haven't gone nauseous, miss. I'd be right at home here if you all weren't poking your noses around. Shoot, I just remembered. I'll never hear the end of it if I don't check in with my partner after saying I would. You too good to keep going if I step out for a little to make a call? A call? Is one of your mom? And is your mom blind? Send a text. Thanks for your understanding. Maybe he was the one who with the weak stomach. Be sure to let me know if you're feeling faint. Feeling faint? I can keep going. We're nearly finished anyway. I'd stick to the arcs if I were you. Nothing behind that door that's better seen in person. You've been such a gracious host up until this point, Miss Han. Why the cold feet now? It's ugly in there. Uglier than this. Different kind of ugly, then. It's all in the eye of the beholder. I warned you. Don't worry. I can stomach this just fine. So long as I can understand it. Why did Creek's pod torture my clients? I don't know why they did it. Why they did. Sosuke told me they electrocuted him, They probably just grounded him. A low grade current applied every few minutes. Stops most mods from rebooting. So no SOS pings. No adrenaline bursts pulls out of his ass. And the pliers, hammers, and the syringes. What purpose do they serve? They could have just killed Sosuke when they failed to nab Makoto. Instead, they dragged him down here. Why? To try and get info on Makoto's itinerary? Get enough intel to make another run at him? If there are any answers for me in here, I'll need a grout scraper to find them. Has all this blood been tested, Miss Hans? Enough it has. Besides Sosuke, who really would. Besides Sosuke, who would it belong to? That's a bit lazy. But it's not as if there's more here than the last time I visited. Sosuke really did lose a lot of blood. By the time he stumbled out of here, a stiff breeze would have been enough to knock him over. Is he really such a badass that he still managed to take out a police officer before he'd even noticed? It's not as if I feel nothing looking at someone else's handiwork, the product of their violence. But it's like an artificial sweetener. No complaints for that first instance. Then the aftertaste comes. Empty calories. I'll just be hungrier again later. Faster. Best to stay disciplined. Okay. I'm gonna go do a bio break, and I'll be back in a little bit.
nthCirlce is rating with a party of 1.
Hi! Welcome! Ass! The fuck? What the fuck, ass? Thank you for the raid! Hope you had a lovely art stream! What the fuck? Hi! Welcome. I know you're very familiar with this game. I'm currently we're playing Of the Devil, Episode 2. Hi. For those who don't know me, I am Sisme, the demon wolf creator of your nightmares or dreams. If you're into that, why the fuck are you into nightmares? That's kind of weird. We're here playing Of the Devil, Episode 2, where, a good amount into it, but probably a good amount left as well. And there's a lot left in it, but we're in, Episode 2. We are currently in a crime scene. We're investigating the crime scene, that our client, Sosuke, Ikaya, was found and arrested in. That we, Evangeline Morgan, totally have nothing to do with. We totally have not been here less than 24 hours ago. In-game. Totally not. But welcome in. If you need to... Oh, I'm gonna have fun. If you need to run off S and, no. I am pretty early, I think. But no trial yet. No trial yet. She just has her... She's just her lawyer. Yes, I'm just a lawyer. I have not started any of the trials yet. We're still in the investigation phase of the case. We just last week we had our first we met up with Sosuke, then entered the Undercity and such. No, yeah. I figured you're probably ahead of me by now, because it's been about like a week and a half at least. Since the game's been on probably 2 weeks, but actually it's been like 2 weeks since the game came out. So like, I'm slow. I am a streamer. I have things to do. I have obligations. I have obligations. I have other things to play. Sadly, other games, the other games do exist. But, oh, you finished 2 days ago. Nice, 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 nice. But yeah. Yeah, streaming does that! Yeah, we just started the investigation kind of today. And yeah. If you need to run off and, rest after your stream, go get some food, go take a shower, go for a walk, and do whatever post-stream things, don't feel obligated to stick around. You can disappear if you want to. But if you choose to hang out, in the stream, I appreciate that a lot. And, yeah. I can't believe Raiden into me. I can't believe Raiden into me. I just look at my phone. I was seeing the corner of my eye because I have like, in my mini play on my phone as I'm doing like doing bio break. I see it changed to my BRB screen. Like, what the fuck? Okay, thanks for hanging out. But yeah, I was like, what the fuck? No, I'm not even there. What the fuck? But I really appreciate the raid nonetheless. And yeah. Let's start investigating the bathroom properly. We both the blessing earlier. Hypodermic needles. Probably not packing anything healthy. The skipper hoped they were at least sanitized. I'm not sure Sarah can treat an infection with gauze and rubbing alcohol alone. But those needles there. The design of these needles seem a little odd. Well, someone will tell you sooner or later, so... They're projectiles. Load them into a gun, and fire away. Sosuke was captured by men wielding needle guns. Needles. Projectile hypodermic needles recovered from the room where Sosuke is being held. The contents within match the what the Rise, please. Rise keychain on my phone, please stop flinging around the screen. Hans, yes. Hans, your beloved. The contents within match the non-lethal anesthetics found in Sosuke's bloodstream at the time of his arrest. Though other needles were found containing stimulants and drugs commonly marked as truth serums. There she is. There's Han in all her glory. Does Sinus Security have any peacekeeping tools they like to disclose of having recently gone missing? You're cursing up the wrong pipe. Creek would find two if it was all on his own, and they're not the kind of operation. They're not that kind of operation. An operation where the right hand doesn't know what the left is doing? More like the right hand has just been washed. So if you have to handle some garbage, Sinus, is that legitimate? Sinus? Why aren't all the blue bloods working legal jobs then? Not enough positions available. You gotta earn like hell to be considered for a job on this side of the fence. Greek and his pod weren't bringing in that kind of money. They liked Creek's pod where it was. Who's they? Upper management. That mask is a death sentence crafted specifically for one very special customer. I'm just the one given the honor. given the honor of handing on to it until entered upper management like Greek. I'm just a humble slot manager, miss. I wouldn't know. Sure. So, do all these needles contain anesthetics? No. There's also stimulants and barbitocene. Barbitocene. The fuck's barbitocene? Barbitocene, a depressant drug that a depressant drug that loosens inhibitions, increases talkativeness. Originally developed as a hypnotic sleep aid drug for active duty military personnel, barbitocene is currently prescribed, though rarely, as an anti-anxiety and anti-seizure medication. Often depicted in popular culture and some drug manufacturers' promotional material as a truth serum, barbitocene has never been shown to function as such in controlled setting. When compared against a sample of liquors ranging from 40 to 80 proof, barbitocene resulted in truthful confessions, only 0.2% more often. And so subjects admitted to providing information that they were not already comfortable with divulging. You're also frequently searched for out of someone is cheating. Murdered by lie detector. Who has me muted on social media? What's this last? You just look for barbitocene. I always want to know who the fuck has muted them on social media. Good for them. Fries? Women, am I right? Look at that lady, on duty. Undercover. Look at her go. Like the truth serum? You can get sued for selling it as such. It makes you talk. Doesn't make what you say the truth. So the word Sosuke talking. But what did they ask him? If your client can't remember, or isn't willing to recall, there's really no one else alive who would know. Yeah? I don't know why I made her Southern, but I just did. She's Southern for some reason. I don't know. It's funny. It's water. Close enough that condensations on outside the bucket. Cold enough even, not close enough. Cold enough that condensations on the outside the bucket. Is that water for sponge baths? Just a simple way to keep guests from dozing off. Temperature shock makes caffeine look like a sleep aid. This coming after you claim you don't know if Sosuke was tortured. You know what the other bucket's for then? I know you said you've got a weak sense of smell, but do you really need it in here? Waterboard that guy. But then this last bucket here is... What is that? Trash? Gloss and rope. Bindings. Oranges. See? They were nursing him back to hell. I'll run your theory past Sosuke next chance I get. This must be what's left of what they were keeping Sosuke tied up with. Evidence acquired. Cut bindings. Hardy cloth bindings found inside the room where Sosuke was held. stiff with dried blood and clearly cut with something sharp. They would have had to use something, yeah. This door doesn't just even lock. Not after I remove the bat, barring it from the outside. So, he was brought here, tied up, questioned. Then, he breaks out, bursts into the next room, cuts up two of his captors, and blows the other two away. That's what you think happened? That's what it looks like. And then what? Chopin runs in and turns his back on a violent criminal. Don't strain yourself trying to make it sound improbable. Cops are done. If the hound crouched in a corner, he'd have his chances soon enough. Hell, probably just played dead. Walking into the scene all that out there, you think some patrol officer would go around checking pulses? Why would my client go to all that trouble to get the jump on an officer? Why not just run away? Hell, why not ask him for medical treatment? Because he was standing in the middle of four men he just killed? Ugh. I know that Sosuke had no logical reason to attack Chopin. But so what? Even Sosuke himself says he would have been acting on instinct. Would instinct tell him that Chopin was in between him and his escape? I'm getting a headache. But it's not from anything sensory. I should know more about this crime scene than anyone. Why can't I piece it together? If I can't piece it together, the cops will never trace any of this back to me. Right? So why do I feel so ill at ease? Okay. Thanks for your patience, ladies. Did I miss anything? Nah. Oh. Would you have felt better if you had? I'm going to head out now, actually. I've got a long day tomorrow. You're going back by yourself then? Are you sure? I'll get you right out of this neighborhood. I'm sure Miss Hans here has already made sure that we'll both get out of there without any trouble. That is our company's area of expertise, isn't it? Of course. Well, at least let me walk you out. Sure. Why not? Safe travels. Safe travels. With all the sarcasm and ire in your body. So, detective, there's something you didn't want to talk about in front of the professionals at Sinus Security. That's picked up on that. Rise will be upset that you never checked in. Yeah. But after this I will. This room. Are we directly underneath the crime scene? Yep. Same fire escape right there. Same type of window, too? Has this room been scanned into the arcs? Yeah. But no one found anything noteworthy. Except Sinus being sloppy. So, what were you actually doing when you left Hans and I back there? Something Hans said earlier about how no true blue blood would wish harm on Creek. Her phrasing stood out to me because it implies the existence of false blue bloods. Because it reminds me of one of the first things I learned in this city. There are no monoliths. Megs, orcas, City Hall, there's always factions. And among the blue bloods, the party lines are especially visible. So I made a call, not to rise and confirm some things. And I figured I owe you a little hint or two, considering the tone of the last message I delivered. That message warned me not to broaden the scope of my investigation. Getting hints from you might be self-defeating. Not these hints. Trust me. So, what faction did our pal Creek belong to? The Youngbloods. Opposite end of the compass from the old guard. The conservative blue blood leadership. Out of them older, Vince. All of them older than 70. Some of them pushing higher than 90. Allen said Creek was too useful for anyone to want dead. My sources don't agree. Creek talked. Said things loud that others only whispered. Ambitious, charismatic, up and coming, and young. Could easily see him being very unpopular with all the wrong people in the old guard. That's interesting, info detective. But doesn't exactly flip this case on its head. I already know who killed Creek. The police have already decided it's Sosuke. Learning that he had some occupational hazards will hardly convince the jury otherwise. My client's the only standing accused, and everyone already knows why blue bloods in Ikaria would want to kill each other. Do you? They're rival gangs. They hate each other. Do you know why? It's the same reason all the blue blood leadership is ancient. Below their muscle made up of orphans and delinquents. 30 years ago, the Ikaria betrayed their peace with the blue bloods. Started killing them. And they didn't stop for days. By the end of it, every single member of the leading blue blood families under the age of 40 was dead. Well, I can see how their kids would grow up to hate the Ikaria, yeah. You're not getting it, Tiger. Their kids didn't grow up at all. If that's the case, how are blue bloods still around? For one thing, the Ikaria had bigger fish to fry. This was right before the Red Decade. They spent every second of the next 10 years positioning themselves so they could come out the other end as neo-ability. Second, what remained of the blue bloods found a new niche to fill. Taking in delinquents, various side the country driven off cliff by adults before they could even get a chance to vote. Blue bloods swelled their ranks to new heights by looking out for the little guys during those years, in exchange for favors down the line. Lastly, and most importantly, they survived because they still had hope. You serious? I am. It's a powerful weapon. Hope for what? Hope for the Icaria had missed one. That they'd fled the country. Hope that a promised heir would grow strong and return one day. A triumphant little lord with overflowing riches and overwhelming power. This sounds like a fairy tale. Those endure for a reason. Well, now you know. I warn to watch where you step. Isn't exactly worth much if you're fumbling around in the dark. Fairy tales and warnings. What's up? Ooh. Huntsman. Hey, did you or your pals and OC ever hear about some kind of blue blood hunter? Like a bounty hunter? Or huntsman, maybe? Where'd you hear that? Associate thinks he might have overheard talk of something like that while he was in captivity. Does it mean anything? Nope. I don't like the hesitation there, detective. Just an urban legend. I would have said the same thing about unlisted before this afternoon, and yet... Fair enough. If you see a huntsman, and live to tell the tale, I'll buy you as many lotto tickets as you want. Hey, you ever pay attention to any of this graffiti down there? Scrawlings about Lobo, the cyberpunk, and HBK. Increasingly. I haven't seen that myself. I was gonna say Red Hood. Why are you asking? You feel a chill down your spine? Nah. Except for HBK, that's all old news, ghost stories, and campfire tales. There are a lot of campsites around here. Lots of places to start fires. But Red Hood, haven't heard that in who knows how long. It's one of the oldest. Rough story. It's based on a real event. Nothing worth recounting. Take your word for it. What's gone into you? You feeling all superstitious? Guilty conscience? You mean about working with the mafia? A psychologist would call that projecting. Ouch. Too far? Nah. Didn't feel thin. I don't know why I asked, really. Guess I've got an odd feeling all day. Like deja vu? You been here before? No. I hate that feeling. It's whatever the opposite of that would be. The unnerving certainty. that you're in uncharted waters. Scary stuff. Scary stuff. 8:32 p.m., August 14th, 2086. Morgan's apartments. Icaria, Blue Blood, Megs, Orcas. Dirty cops and criminal informants. Lines drawn back and forth across the battlefield like a spider's suspension bridge. Dizzying in its complexity, frail along any given strand. With one wrong move, and you're completely ensnared. Priorities. The Icaria don't care about who tore through Creek's gang, as they prefer Sosuke doesn't spend life in prison for killing a cop. The Blue Bloods want to tear Sosuke's throat out. But if Han's taken at her word, they're setting for 5 counts of murder. Can I take Han at her word? Is she a young blood like Creek? Or is she with the old guard? Could I have asked London that? If I had, could I have trusted his answer? Because it turns out Kasim London is much, much harder to read than I anticipated. And I can't even trust Michael Lyon to act in his own self-interest. The man's a bodyguard by trade, and a zealot for his house. The trial starts tomorrow. Do I still need more information? Is there time to find it? No. What I need right now is a nightcap. If I can't fall asleep, then I don't know I'm in trouble. Until then, guess sleep will have to wait. It's unlocked. Pardon me for dropping in on such a late hour, Counselor Morgan. Standing there in my doorway, through the light like a blade of split ink. But twice as sharp, and not nearly as familiar. It is outside of normal consultation hours, miss. She pursed her lips, like lily petals, shine away from the moonlight. What's a smirk by any other name? Please, call me Mirai. Any last name, Mirai? The question floats in the air, like curling cigarette smoke. I could tell she was used to the smell. I'll leave that up to your imagination. Self-assured and unapologetic, the unspoken family name loud as a signature. Written in blood. You're from House Icaria. Might I step inside? She blinks. Her head turns a millimeter. A forked tongue testing the temperature of the air. She wasn't asking for permission. Just you. What about your friends in the hallway? She raised an eyebrow, but keeps staring at the floor. She's surprised at my perception of the unseen threat, but not quite impressed. I don't think they need to join us, do they? She was the kind of woman to make you remember. Smoking could kill. Ooh, she's hot. How can I be of service, Mirai? Mirai, 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 Mirai Ikaria? Mi Mirai Ikaria? Date of birth, October 1st. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, blood type, A+. Occupation, representative. Likes, sipping alcohol, rubbing alcohol, arachnids. Dislikes, sunrise, black tea. Photographers. Favorite smell, dojo flowers. Best at making use of people. Worst at hiding my distaste. You're already being quite accommodating, both to me and my family's interests. I came here tonight to be of service to you. I understand that you're somewhat new to this underworld of ours. I'm grateful for the offer, Mirai. But inexperienced as I am, I've gathered that House Ikaria didn't come into its fortune by being generous. Would you like to know how House Ikaria did come into its fortune? I know you operate a lending corporation. Operate a lending corporation with a significantly diversified portfolio. Yes, the good old IFG. The public face of the Ikaria criminal empire, clean shaven as it's become. And I know you founded a pharmaceutical company and profited immensely when it went public. And before that, I know your family became a nobility during the years of civil unrest. No doubt, by being well positioned when the time came to reprioritize our nation's industries. Yes. And before that, I know you slaughtered the blue blood 30 years ago. Very good, Counselor Morgan. You've acclimated to our waters remarkably fast. And I don't know. What I don't know is why Makoto Ikaria has been the target of multiple kidnapping attempts over the past year. You can't fathom a guess as to why the Blue Bloods might want to ransom the family's heir? That's the only guess I can make. It strikes me as shallow. Nothing more dangerous than water you don't know the depth of. As you say, 30 years ago, the Ikaria cartel, an unrecognizable band of brutes and drug smugglers compared to today, massacred the respectable Blue Bloods and left their geriatric leadership to die on the vine. Majid thrusts the knife much deeper than that. You would after their heirs and their entire future. Are you familiar with genetic fraction authentication? Genetic factor authentication. Using DNA as a password. Blood, specifically. Usually memorizing a string of 3 billion characters long. But GFA has fallen out of favor, hasn't it? GFA? Showing results for genetic factor authentication. Genetic factor authentication is a password security system wherein a live blood sample is provided in combination with a username, the pass key, in order to complete verification. GFA can only be conducted in person with the sample acquired by a trained on-site professional. Because of the physical realities of the verification process itself, GFA is considered cryptographically secure. Cryptographically secure. It cannot be bypassed or hacked in any traditional sense. While some security systems and cryptographic algorithms incorporate biological elements in one or more ways, GFA, as it was originally developed, has gone largely unadopted throughout the business world. Few corporations are interested in tying information or resources to specific bloodlines as opposed to specific groups. And the verification process itself is inconvenient for most, while totally unusable for anyone working remotely. GFA is still offered, however, at some of the most prestigious and secure banks in the world, and families with particularly long lineages have been known to favor GFA for what are effectively symbolic reasons. Because GFA remains accessible at any past or future offspring of the initial registries, it is sometimes offered as a wedding or baby shower gift for couples intending to set up trusts. You also frequently search for how to change lost password fast. Fascinating. Interesting technology. I can see the usage, but also it is a bit risky, you know. It is a bit, you know. Obviously, if your lineage dies out, you're kind of fucked. Whatever you're securing back there is fucked and stuck there for ever, basically. So, I see why it kind of, you know, petered out in usage. But also, it's kind of secure. It's pretty secure as well. It's just, you know, tied to blood only. Interesting. Truly interesting. The Blue Bloods made ample use of it back then. A bad bet. They already had all their offshore accounts business, titles, property deeds. The Blue Bloods thought they'd already won. That they were establishing a dynasty. So, they made their political marriages. They bound their alliances and fortunes in literal blood. GFA was both the financial and symbolic laundering of the Blue Bloods' past. Their children, now married, clean cut, and perfectly respectable, and prosper alongside wealth no longer tainted by ill-gotten gains. So, the GFA registry became the Icaria's checklist. We went through and crossed out anyone that could have accessed those funds. Now, all of it sits untouchable overseas in encrypted digital warehouses in some of the oldest, most austere banks in the world, collecting interest that will never be claimed. Does that answer your question as to why they target Makoto? No. And you know it doesn't. Because if they thought they could lock you out of your coffers by killing Makoto, they wouldn't be trying to take him alive. You're paying attention. I like that. We don't use GFA. Makoto is the heir of the House Ikaria, the Ikaria financial group. He'd never be tied to our legitimate banking information. Why not? What if he wants to buy a lollipop? A lollipop would be provided for him. The family's black market proceeds and its white market holdings must never mix. You divided your house right down the middle. Pardon the expression. But how can you stand atop the backs of many? And you won't take this division that seriously? Deadly seriously. That is our family's rule, dating back centuries. Either you serve the house, or you serve its interests. Never both. So, you're assigned to either the criminal organization that's registered as the IFG, or to managing the family's legitimate business holdings, like Renegen. But that means you are nearly as much of an outsider as the Ikaria Financial Group as you are. Nearly is doing a lot of work there. Who do you answer to then? Who controls the Ikaria's legitimate empire? Until Makoto marries his mother. And I take it Makoto isn't solely responsible for the house's affairs at his age. Makoto wields great authority as the heir, but yes, the house is led by his father, Raphael, and more directly by his grandfather, our patriarch, Daisuke Ikaria. I see. But that puts me back where I started. In hell. Give me a second, I need to pack something real quick. Okay. The Blue Bloods want to hold Makoto hostage to gain leverage on the likes of Daisuke. How can I put this? Had things gone even slightly different 30 years ago, the Blue Bloods would be the ones shaking hands with politicians, marrying ambassadors, and sitting in boardrooms. Some of them believe it can still be so, if the right match were made. They want to marry him. They want to marry into House Ikaria. But Makoto's and all the real Blue Bloods are older than. They'd find an age-appropriate adoption. You're missing the point. They need Makoto alive and well to negotiate that kind of reversible fortune. So, they've been trying to capture him for the past year. But every Blue Blood I met today seemed to care a lot more about getting revenge for their dead men than kidnapping a preteen. How many of them do you think Sosuke's cut down in the last year he spent repelling their attempts? Is it a source of internal conflict? If the old guard are throwing young bloods into an Ikaria shredder en masse, trying to capture Makoto, just to elevate themselves, I suppose it all might total up to enough motivation for them to torture Sosuke. Yeah. I'd heard Sosuke was wounded. No one informed me that he had been tortured. You know him, I take it. As you've gathered, Sosuke deals in matters unrelated to my side of the family. But he's still family. Speaking of my side, I have a duty, as representative of my wing of the house, to stress that we do not want this trial to be prolonged. So the bean counters don't care for the extra attention. That makes sense. Do you care about the outcome? A win is always preferable. But not a necessity. Makoto Ikaria hired me to prove Sosuke's innocence. If he's the one signing the checks. Did he say why he hired you? He hired you for 2 reasons. Reason 1. His options are limited. More limited than you suggested. No doubt. To keep a strong front. The entire house is currently being audited by the state. Our usual legion of lawyers and accountants are already billing hours as fast as they can, so he wouldn't have his pick of the litter. So, one half of the family can't talk business at the dinner table with the other half, which is share a pool of lawyers. Lawyers can be trusted to be discreet, Can they not? Yeah. We can read between the lines. So then you'll understand reason 2. Whatever lawyer he did find through the Akaria's usual connections would like me to whatever is best for the house as a whole. And not what's best for Sosuke. I'll take an amendment. I'll make an amendment. 3 reasons. Makoto knew that if he didn't assign him any lawyer, Sosuke would just stay silent as the state dragged him off to be chained. Rather than inconvenience the house any further, well, yeah. I've known Sosuke for less than a day. Even I can tell he's never seen a cross he wouldn't jump at the opportunity to bear. That explains why Makoto would hire someone without connections to the Ikaria. You slow rolling another addendum. That'll clear up why on earth my name came across his desk. Lettered with crayons and time staples, as I'm sure it was. I hope you'll be able to elucidate matters for you. I hope I've been able to elucidate matters for you, Counselor Morgan. Masterfully subtle way to say, we're done talking. Now I might ask you a small favor in return. Pass this message to Sosuke. If you see a way out, take it. Do you understand what you're asking him to do? Even if Sosuke took a plea bargain, even if I somehow got the other charges reduced to manslaughter, self-defense, the state thinks he killed a cop. The message is for Sosuke, not you. Your interpretation of it is irrelevant. End of conversation. As she reaches the exit, she turns back to look at me, lingering in the doorway, like the warm buzz of a strong, dark cocktail. But your assessment is correct. If this were just 4 dead blue bloods, our dim little underworld would balance out the ledger, unassisted. If that cop hadn't shown up last night. Do you know something about the late officer, Chopin? City in mourning after the death of City Councilman's beloved adoptive son in the line of duty. All I know is that his funeral dirge will make those 4 boys' death sound like a disinterested sigh. By the way, I would admit you have a lovely, I must admit, you have a lovely apartment, Counselor. Changing subjects, as subtle as a bullet train hopping in its tracks. Quite spacious for a defense attorney. Yeah, place wouldn't sell after the tram route got diverted. Right there's the tram. I negotiated down the rent and then installed all the soundproofing myself. Can't open the windows without being treated to the sounds of the city, then? There's always a cost. That's one mystery solved, then, isn't it? Enjoy the rest of your quiet evening, counselor. The door glides to a close behind her, easy as a question left unasked. I am left hanging on a single held breath of stillness, listening as the deafening thud of her honor guards in blind violence stomps down the hallway behind her. I was still leaning back in my chair, staring holes in my ceiling, long after the scent of her expensive tobacco had faded into none. Savoring it while it lasted was beyond me at the moment. My attention was elsewhere. This case is knotted and twisted like a gnarled oak. But when I think I found my rhythm, the blade runs dull. Carving is an exercise in patience and vision. You need to start with a clear picture of what you want. I want some answers. But for now, I'll sleep. Tomorrow, in court, I'll just have to keep whittling away at the wood until I fashion something halfway usable. And well, if that doesn't work, I'll use a chainsaw. Hey, cool kid. Yes, you. Trying to look all stoic staring out the window. Oh, you little late to try and look detached after that thing you pulled the other day. So, that wasn't a joke. Making that announcement in front of the class? You trying to start a detective collab or something? What mysteries? Disappearing cleaning supplies? Books not getting returned to the library? Sounds lame. Well, that's your fault. Everything's lame. Governing members, everyone around here already knows what they're gonna do after school. And tomorrow, and next year, they're all staring down the barrel of a lucrative career in telling other companies how to provide web services. Or whatever the hell this school was supposed to train us for. A lawyer. You say so, cool kid. The Megs will probably have robots doing that by the time you graduate But sure. Law school is supposed to be hard to get into. You need a record that doesn't suck. Getting the club you started shut down because you couldn't get anyone to join probably won't help. Wow! So confident. You really are a cool kid. 11:42 a.m. August 15th, 2086. State Building. Floor 48. Morgan, please. This is... Hold still and relax. It'll be over soon. I thought you were joking about the makeup! Of course I wasn't joking. A face like yours is invaluable in the courtroom. Do you think covering me in concealer and blush and applying eyeliner will help me appeal to what demographic, exactly? You know the names of all of this stuff? I'm a modern man. I know the names of many things, including makeup. Yay, modern man! Modern man pog! He's woke! He's a woke man, as some would say. He's not woke. He's just a dude. He knows things. He knows things. Is that your eyebrow gel? Yes. It's cakey. Do you want to do the rest? I think some of the jury might find that his wounds make him look rugged. And furthermore, from an aesthetic perspective, leaving some of his buttons undone will... Excuse me? You're clearly a very devoted martial artist, nthCirlce. You should be proud to display your well-defined collarbones as the fruit of your efforts. Just hold still. Appearances matter in the courtroom. 95% of the defendants who were ever seen in prison garb at trial are found guilty. I don't doubt your tactic work, Morgan. My tactics include getting your suit pressed. Do you want me to wrinkle it back up? I just find them unpalatable. Trying to get the jury, these citizens, to pity me is shameful. You worried about honor? Really? You're already a cybernetic ninja, nthCirlce. Don't be a stereotype. Don't call other people stereotypes. He's right, Adene. He's more of a cybernetic samurai since he has sworn himself to a wealthy land-owning noble. I'm confused, nthCirlce. Is it honorable that your family makes their money? Made their money? I'm not talking about morality. I'm talking about having principles. Yes, they're subjective, and yes, they can be hypocritical. But the future you stray from. But the further you stray from the common path, the more you need more. The more you need them, even. I mean, what about her? What would Sarah do if she wasn't just... She didn't have the tenets to get her programming? That's awkward. She doesn't have the tenets. She doesn't have the tenets built into her. Lol. Search results for Tenet Super System, a programming framework underlying the development of modern automated dependent software. All contemporary supported programming languages are built upon the Tenet system, allowing users to designate a series of invaluable priorities for their code to pursue. Once added to a program, a tenet cannot be circumvented under any traditional circumstances, and even then, only if a tenet with a higher weight supersedes it. Tenets were first adopted in the field of computer science as a trio 3 priorities that govern how preserving human life, obeying human commands, and avoiding damage to human property should be prioritized. Since then, the number of supporting tenants has ballooned to 113, most of them requested by lobbyists in the insurance industry looking to better define a relative financial value. Tenants are well known for increasing the decision time lag of the programs. This, combined with their engineered inflexibility, has made it much such that most programs aim for a tenant limit of below 30. Originally, the one tenant that could not be removed from any program was tenant safety, tenant safety 0, aka tenant 0 or tenant 1. Said tenant dictated that the following program could not produce outcomes that were result in harm of a living person. After the decision reached the People versus Volstance defense contractors and the resulting widespread adoption of automated dependence in the military and security sectors, this is no longer required. Though tenant 0 may still be added to a particularly benign or mundane software as a good luck charm, superstition ritual, or joke. Wowee! I totally didn't learn that in episode 1 at all. Wowee! I can only imagine. But some people, believe it or not, enjoy their freedoms. Adrift in the middle of the ocean, you're free to go in whatever direction you want. Without a compass, you'll just die of exposure. If you only ever follow exactly what the compass says, you'll sail north until you freeze to death. The point is, if you have a compass, you know which direction north is. Fortunate for us, then, that the state is 1,000,000 megawatts. North Star pointed towards complacency at all times. And the media is like the wind. And without wind, you'll get stuck in the tide. It was a nice try, Sarah. Get it. Do whatever you want with her brushes, woman. With your brushes, woman. And you're pouting again. Great. Sarah, just keep him talking. What? If I'm talking, how will you... Trust me. I've done more delicate work before. Sarah, small talk. Gladly, Adine. I love Sarah. Oh, I love Sarah. She's so baby. I love her. She's baby. Sosuke, do you happen to have any tattoos? The jury want to ask about that or something? They might. Oh. Well, yes. As a matter of fact, I do have a tattoo. A Komainu on my back. Komainu? A guard dog? You have a tattoo of a dog? The fierce guardian deity. Like a Labrador or... Like a great fierce... A big dog! Perhaps you should have changed to some other design. Like, say... Like a dragon. There's no switching. The buyer's remorse must be unbearable. I guess I take a picture of this backlog. There we go. There's no buyer's remorse. Makeup. Lift your chin. You really think they'll feel bad for me because of some cuts and scrapes? You're not good at listening to instructions, are you? The prosecution has to get 12 strangers to agree that you killed 5 men. Each charge has to be unanimous. A perfect score. So any chip damage we can do, any doubts that we can sow, we take it. And any advantage we're given, we make full use of it. But the advantage you're talking about is my face. Are you really not used to this kind of attention, Sosuke? Like, it may be true that at times some women have expressed, and men, no doubt. Don't forget, love is love, Sosuke. We stand homosexuals in this household. Sure, Sarah, thanks. Not into that, but good for them. All I'm saying is that there's a difference between knowing your strengths and powdering up like this. Pretend it's war paint. Is that how you see it? No. But I am a grown-up. Mob history. Thank you for entertaining my questions last night, Sosuke. Did you ask me about your dimensions? Your 3 sizes, if you will. The subject might have come up. She's a talkative one, isn't she? Sorry if she kept you up all night. No, she's no trouble. Just curious. Reminds me of... we discussed history. Oh. Well. She must have put you right to sleep. Adine. It was his choice of subject. So you read history. So you read history, yes, Sosuke? Here I assumed you spent all your free time frowning in the corners of rooms with your arms crossed. We talked about the Roman Empire for your information. The criminal empires. Nothing to derail the tale, I hope. But Sosuke I still don't understand. What did you mean when you said criminal organizations used to be structured differently? Well, the old ways don't fit in our new 21st century world. Old ways? Well, he's talking about race, Sarah. Race? I don't understand. Well, that's to be expected. After all, you share 98% of your compounds with a washing machine. That is an untrue and flattering comparison. Maybe you do get it. Look, Sarah. Names like Mafia, Gokudo, Sanhihoi, they all came from different cultures. But they all refer to a kind of path. An outsider's path. The pride that comes with living by your own set of rules. Those are the first criminal organizations. Underground guilds, lending systems, militia, secret societies. Oh, sure. They were basically just big, friendly charities. Then the world got smaller. People started moving around, and the mafia changed. Why am I being pinged on Discord? Is it important? The answer is no. Cool. Moving on. It became a way for immigrants to band together, to have some kind of power in places they wouldn't give. I fail! Fail!
Valerie
the
Osteria
raid.
is raiding with a party of 2.
Did the thing play? Did my raid thing play? I wasn't paying attention. I don't have it on, do I? I don't have the source on here, do I? Did it play? I didn't turn it on! I'm an idiot! Whoopsies. Whoops. I forgot to turn it on! I turned it off like an idiot. Whoopsies. I don't think I'm gonna replay that, can I? Whoops! That's on me. Didn't notice that, I didn't notice the browser source was turned off on this screen. Whoops! But thank you, Vale, for the raid! Welcome in! What were you up to? Let's see, let me give you a quick shout out real quick. Welcome in! Oh, there. You were playing Lead Beat Agents. Ooh. Fun! Welcome, welcome. For those who don't know me, I am Suzume, doing both crew over nightmares or dreams. If you're into that, but why are you into nightmares? That's kinda weird. I'm playing Of the Devil. I am about to start the first trial segment of episode 2 of the Devil. It's a lovely mystery game. It's a lovely mystery game. You play as a defense attorney, a dubiously gray defense attorney. Morgan, which is the redhead over here. We play as Morgan, the redhead over here, and we're currently our current case we're doing is trying to prove this man, Sosuke Ikaria, who is part of the underground, part of a crime organization, he did not kill 5 people. So the Gitoruman and a big chunk of EBA. Ooh, fun. But yeah, welcome in. If you, we're like we're about to start the first trial of episode 2. So if you want to play Of the Devil yourself, this is episode 2. So we're kind of far into the game, I think, because there's only 2 episodes up so far. Episode 2 came out about 2 weeks ago-ish, like before Christmas Eve, the day before Christmas Eve. So that's fun. But this is we're about to get into some serious spoiler things. If you want to check the game yourself, the game is linked in the pinned message in chat. It should still be there. It also is linked in the description of the YouTube VOD if you're watching on YouTube. Hi YouTube. But if you need to go and run, do some post-stream things, eat, sleep, buy groceries, snuggle your 5 cats. You don't have 5 cats, you have like 2. Don't feel obligated to stick around. I appreciate you if you do, though. And, yeah. Hope you had a lovely stream, as well. Hope you had fun playing games. I see. Big fun. But yeah, if you stick around, enjoy my questionable quality voice acting skills. And yeah, I am sad that I for some reason turned off the visibility for the Twitch alert. I don't know why I turned off it was invisible. It was not on. I probably turned it off by accident. That's my best guess. But I don't know why it was turned off either way. Bizarre. I noticed because I saw a movement in the chat in the corner of my eye. I was like, what's happening? Oh, it was a raid. What the fuck? I didn't get a message for that. I was confused. And I can't resend the alert. Because my OBS remote is not showing things. It's silly. Anyways. I should get some tea after this. Because my voice is dying slowly. But the world kept getting smaller. more complex. Eventually, that kind of community couldn't form, let alone survive. Why? Not enough shared experiences. Shared experiences? I see. Fancy way of saying the internet came along. Well, yes, technology negates the physical distance between people. When you spend most of your life online, hey, rude, you end up with more in common with people on the other side of the planet than your own neighbors. Just because of where your recommendations take you. So, the immigrant experience disappeared. Fractured, more like. Cracked into a million shards with a hammer. Well, generational or economic experiences got cemented. The world is more diverse and varied than it ever been in every sense. Except economically. Wealth inequality is at a historical high, as it has been every year since before I was born. To answer your question, Sarah, that's what binds the members of the criminal organization to one another. The socio-economic status. House Sicario is at the top. The Blue Bloods lie below us. Within each organization, wealth is concentrated among the leadership, of course, but each mafia exists in entirely different strata. I see. I've also read about an organization called the Rust being active here in the city. Are they in the power in the Are they in the priority class then? The Rust? I put them in the anarchy class. Glowing tattoos, spiked hair, chrome biceps, and sharpened teeth. The Blue Bloods, for all their faults, put in a tie and go to work. But I can't see the Rust experiencing any kind of social mobility. Careful, Sasuke. If the Rust heard you being that classist. The Rust wouldn't care about anything I said or who I stand with. They don't need any excuse to start ripping open modders and grabbing whatever they can. Things like that happen in this city. Only in the shadows, Sarah. Nowhere you'd ever find yourself. I speak way too fast for my own good. Finally ran out of steam. Give me a second. I'm putting UI on. Turn us off. Hyper mode on. Testimony insight. That's you probably want that on. Dyslexia font. I'm not using that because I'm silly. Finally ran out of steam. On to the grim business then. how things go with your investigation. That bad, was it? Nonsense. It was pretty bad. With what I've seen so far, there's no one else who could have killed Chopin. Even if I managed to pick apart all the evidence for the Pa's deaths. They've got a public officer who will swear on the stand that he arrested Sosuke, standing over his partner's dead body. What's going to look like in there? You've never been inside a courtroom? Never as a defendant. I'm just wondering how many cops I should expect. In the gallery, a sea of blue. Cheap intimidation tactics. Yes. But I can't fault them for that. We'd line up much the same as one of ours. You say that. And yet I don't see any other Ikaria around. This is a completely different scenario. And the house can't afford to appear beside a cop killer when they're being audited by the state. How understanding of you. Adene, I think Sosuke is sad that his friends haven't shown up. Good catch. You were hired by Makoto of House Ikaria, weren't you, Adene? Surely he would want to be in attendance. Don't be absurd. Makoto shouldn't be transported anywhere without a full security team. Besides which, he shouldn't be put through the long elevator ride to this 48th floor just for my sake. What's so bad about an elevator ride? Is he claustrophobic? No, that is, yes, but you cannot tell anyone, understand? Who the hell would I tell that to? Right. Look, it's illegal to stream trial proceedings under any circumstances. But I'm sure House Ikaria doesn't mind paying a fine. They'll be watching from somewhere in the courtroom. That would be a waste of the house's coin. But I suppose they might consider keeping an eye on the case's progression. As will the Blue Bloods, no doubt. Adene, I think Sosuke's spirits have rallied. Really? How can you tell? There she is. The dubious Yuri lady. The dubious Yuri pairing lady. There she is. The woman of the hour. Dubiously Yuri. He lifted his gaze, and his eyes seemed brighter, as if... Good. Now try and keep his spirit's eye. How do I do that? Think of something fun. Right! Sosuke, shall we arm wrestle? Oh. Good morning, Morgan. Good morning, Emma. You seem tired. Want to push this off to next week? Actually, that sounds... Hey. Sorry. But we'll be facing off soon enough. Why not savor the playfulness while we still can? Fair enough. Losing sleep over this case? Not really, no. Things look pretty cut and dry to me. What about you? You toss and turn all night before your big debut as a mob lawyer? Not at all, I slept like a rock. Lucky. I mean, I've been getting good rest more and more or less. Just been having a lot of late nights recently. Late nights? Like going out? No. Ah, of course, you don't go anywhere except the courtroom and such. Just late night chats. Chatting? About what? God, look at all of them. Never seen so many cops in one building. They'd bring a marching band into the courtroom if they could. Theater. Right. Well, theater and trial weren't all that far apart back in ancient Greece. Would hope we'd progressed since then. You don't approve of this show, of course, I take it? Isn't that obvious? I like to say this is because of who Chopin's family is, but we both know that's not what this is really about. The cop is dead, so they wants to make it clear that this isn't tolerable. Tolerated even. Cops volunteer to defend our laws, protect us citizens. Volunteers don't get paid. Besides, cops, courts, the state, all they can do is enforce the laws, not defend them. Guns and arms can't defend against corrosion, anyway. Rot comes from the deep. So, you'd rather the death of a police officer get the same treatment as any other citizen? Suppose that's not possible. They give increasingly fewer chances to play the victim every year. They never let the opportunity pass. No, I guess the best I could hope for is that the state makes the same show of force when any crime is committed. If they treated every death like the death of a cop, maybe I could have caught HBK by now. Heartbreak Killer, if you're wondering who HBK is. You're still on that? Of course, shooting deaths are down. But do you know how many missing persons cases there are in the city? So many deaths get written up as mod harvesting attacks gone wrong. It's a big city, Morgan. More than enough blood running through the streets for HBK to launder their kills in. You shouldn't joke like that. For those who don't know, those who don't know have not played. Those who don't know haven't played the prologue and don't care about the prologue. I'll tell you a little secret. But for those who do want to know about the prologue, mute the stream for about 30 seconds. I'll give you. So, HBK, Heartbreak Killer, is in fact Evangeline Morgan. The very defense attorney we're looking at right now. That's who HBK is. Anyways, back to the game. You shouldn't joke like that. What? You don't believe me? Just last month, missing person. The report was filed by their employer when they didn't show up to work, 7 days after they had last been seen by anyone. They were just some part-time worker, no close friends, no family. They went to work, they came home, paid their bills, and they disappeared. And as no one cared, even noticed, until their job didn't get done, and those bills went unpaid. No one noticed until they stopped buying in. The body was found a full 2 weeks later. The decay was... What happened to them? Blunt force to the back of the head. Oh! I know who we're talking about. That's another Morgan kill, by the way. Yep, that happened. We did that. We watched it happen in episode 1. Something metallic, the sharp corner, we think. It was a roughly cute machine part I pulled from a dumpster nearby. It fit snugly in my hand. It had caved through his skull like a shovel through snow. Kicked into the bay. Might not even have been weighed down. Just thrown away like cheap. That's terrible. Did you find any belongings on them? No. So probably a mugging then, right? No, there would have been other injuries from a struggle. And a thief who accidentally committed murder would be too panicked, too terrified to... You know how muggers think now? I can learn how anyone thinks. Even HBK, with a robust enough profile. Well, good luck building it all by your lonesome. I'm not working on this by myself. Ah, sorry. Right. Do you want to beg for mercy real quick before we begin? No, where would the fun be in that? The dubious Yuri is palpable. The dubious Yuri is palpable. I love it. I love the dubious Yuri. It's so thick in the air. It's so thick in the air. Trial time! Trial time! The fun part begins now. 12:04 p.m. August 15th, 2086. Courtroom 48-D. The courtroom gallery is quite full today, isn't it? Awash in a sea of pissed-off cops. It doesn't exactly shore up one's confidence, does it? 5 counts of murder. Be newsworthy any other day of the week. Add in the fact that one of the bodies belongs to a cop, and a crowd was to be expected. Didn't think they'd be so quiet, though. Maybe they're all just waiting for the firing pistol before they start casting their stones. Don't let it go to your... Don't let it get to you, Sosuke. They're just posturing. Posturing. I understand. I've been in attendance to my share of tense negotiations. But the bloodlust in those rooms was always mutual. You don't feel any animosity towards these cops? I'm used to summoning my temper on command. I had forgotten how to get angry for my own sake. You just worry about the jury. What about the adjutant? They cannot be intimidated by muscle, bribed with cash, or disarmed with fine tailoring. All of which makes them quite favored when it comes to prosecuting organized crime. Have you been in court many times before then? It's an eye for an eye in the world we operate in. We don't file assault charges, we just answer them. Though even that has been rare. The house is elevated. Blue bloods and rust are all the rest of the rabble. Beyond their reach now. And when it comes to our peers, we communicate very differently. Must make being a bodyguard pretty boring. I think your work sounds very rewarding and exciting, nthCirlce. Thank you. Especially the other day, when you were captured and beaten by your rivals. Yes. What I was trying to hint at, Morgan, is that you should not be expecting assistance from the house. Honestly, the thought hadn't crossed my mind. Being on the winning side for once? What the hell would that even feel like? So there won't be any men in black approaching the jury during lunch and offering them paper bags of cash? No. Well, if we do really bad, we won't even make it to lunch, so... nthCirlce? What are you staring at? Are you looking for the jury? No. I know they aren't here. It used to be mandated that juries be physically present for court proceedings. People thought it was important that they look at the accused in the eye. To help them evaluate their character. Why bother? Most people suck at that. Always have. True. Perhaps it was considered part of the punishment then. To look them in their eyes. A punishment? For the jury? Or the defendant? Alright, kiddos. Chins up. Shoulders out. Shows that start. Ah! I just remembered. Do you think the adjutant assigned this particular case? Obviously, it's gonna be me. Obviously! I mean, it's a gimme. Easy. No. It's 80. What are the chances? 80. 84. Date of birth? December 2nd. Height? 273 centimeters. Weight? 209 kilograms. Occupation? Automated department. Adjutant. Likes mountain air. Gymnasts. Luxury. Dislikes happy couples who ask you to take their photo. Pineapple on pizza until proven guilty. Shopping cart always returned. Favorite quote: let he who is without sin play first or draw first. It's 80. It's 80. What are the odds? There should be at least 83 other personalities in the building whose network in the building network, at least. Well, Your Honor, thank you for proceeding to honorability. I do try. Presenting so honorably, I do try. Try. What's a try? Oh? Tougher crowd than usual. And that's not counting all the grim monoliths standing tall there in the gallery. Who died? 5. 5 people, Your Honor? Yikes! What's the damage? 2 counts of manslaughter. 2 counts of homicide in the 2nd degree. And 1 count of homicide in the 1st degree. Buddy? You trying to get a gold split with all that? What's with this record-setting grind set? The prosecution stands ready. So shall we begin? Your credits always. I can't read the word. Your credit's always good here. Court is now in session. Now, let's crack open those opening statements and get this case summarized. Gladly. People of the court. The defendant in this case is a man named Sosuke Ikaria. He was found at the scene of the crime where 2 men were shot to death. One was stabbed in the neck, another had their skull bashed in, and a police officer was impaled through the back with a sword. Cop killing piece of shit. Please pardon any outbursts from the gallery that your mics may inadvertently pick up. Now, understand that the scale of the violence on display here today may intimidate you. I want to stress to you all that now that your responsibilities here today is neither taxing nor complex. You will hear testimony. You will be shown evidence. And all of it will point towards the truth. That the defendant is the only individual who could have possibly committed these crimes. That is a simple fact. And the only one you need to concern yourself with. Oh, she's cold as ice. Wow. But every ice age beckons a kindling. For ashes called to cinders, and embers form champions. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Emma did stick to cold logic. So if I follow her with more of the same, I'll end up falling flat. This gallery will never warm up to us. But that can work on our advantage. If the jury comes to see these cops as witch hunters, eager to start a fire, it's not like masters never taught me anything. I know how to do the razzle-dazzle. My fellow citizens, who were brought here today because an act of violence took place that could only be described as wild. Wait, let me think this straight. Let me think this straight before I just don't stick to cold hard logic. I'll go wild. Wild. I should know. I was there. I saw the blood on the ground. The bullets holes in the walls. Felt the horror. Felt the horror that radiated in the air. And I always saw where my client was held. And I also saw when my client was held prisoner. And I knew exactly where he must have stood, because his sweat and blood had stained the tile. My client, a decorated veteran. The man you see sitting next to me here, not even fully healed from his ordeal. His trauma. His trauma was taken into police custody with lacerations, bruises, internal bleeding, broken bones. And while he was in police custody, he somehow sustained a black eye, a busted lip, a broken nose, and a boxed ear. A puzzle, which I'm sure any one of the officers in the gallery today would be happy to testify about. You wanna say that? Want me to object? During an opening statement? Fucking idiots. Much is resting on the outcome of this trial. 5 men lie dead in the morgue. One of them, a police officer, Tarek. That's his name, you mob leader, bitch! Hang him up! This is... Hey! We have fun in this courtroom? Having a good show. But that's because we're on the stage. Any more outbursts from the gallery, and it'll clear the entire room. You can all watch the rest of your phones, or peek into the keyhole like a bunch of sweaty-looking loos. Counselor, let's wrap this up. Yes, Your Honor. The fact of the matter is, on that night, my client was not in any condition to kill anyone. Not for hardened criminals, and certainly not a trained police officer. Yet nothing about my client's background, his association, or that of the victims can change that fact. So, as you listen to all the evidence of this trial, with fairness and impartiality, as I know you all strive to, I only ask that you focus on the reality of this horrible crime, and not on the fiction that the people will try to weave for you. Thank you. Decorated veteran? You telling me you ever earned a single accommodation? Most push-ups of the day, or something? Never mind, I suppose it could have gone much worse. You're too kind. Was trying to be honest. The crook got agitated, but you maintained a level head and recovered your tempo. Adonai is a master of art doing so. I've seen her make comebacks from the most nonsensical mistakes before. In martial arts, they call it a ukemi, a graceful fall. That is basically correct. Well, try not to gracefully fall over when you see the first witness on the docket, Sosuke. I'm gonna click go. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. Keep my safe. Start trial. I'm gonna go dehydrate. I'll be back in a minute. BRB. And I returned. Let's continue the trial. Getting a drink, and then we'll return. Do more trial. Alright, trial time. Well, try to gracefully follow when you see the first witness of the docket, Sosuke. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? I have an idea who might be. My guess? My guess is Makoto. Your name and occupation for the record? How can that be necessary? If some blathering idiot in that courtroom doesn't know me already, know who I am, they don't deserve... I know, but would you consider it, if only for the sake of ceremony? Ceremony is important and should be respected. Very well. I am Makoto Ikaria of House Ikaria. My occupation is that of a student. Try not to look so smug about it when you blatantly lie. Right, of course. Your position with the Ikaria Financial Group is not salaried. Must I really declare it here? Hard to imagine why the noble house of Ikaria is getting audited. Sosuke, are you alright? He can see us? He can see me. Rockford and the adjutant witnesses. Agent. He can see me. Rockford and the adjutant. Witnesses testifying don't really need much else. So he's safe. Yes, Sosuke. He's safe like he was yesterday. Probably sitting right where I left him. Oh, standing in a box. I think the hologram's giving him a boost, so he can see over the stand. That's good. The boost to his height? That he's safe at home. I'm sorry that he can't see you, Sasuke. Don't be. After how horribly I failed him, I'd like to speak to you about the events of August 13th. About the last time you saw the defendant, Sosuke Ikaria. I'm here today, not physically, but here, nonetheless, as a courtesy. That does not mean I will flap my gums like some sort of flapping gum puppet. Permission to treat the witness as hostile. Incoming. Emma Rockford, raking a spoiled brat over the coal. This will be almost worth the price of admission alone. I understand. It was a traumatic experience, I'm sure. But anyone of normal upbringing would barely be able to recall a single detail, let alone the day's full events. Normal upbringing? I should probably dismiss you so you can get back to your summer studies. Summer studies? Like some common wave? Wave? That's quite the vocab pull. I didn't know they taught that in State Basic. Basic? Was I mistaken? Listen well, Madame Rockford, as I demonstrate to you exactly how misguided you are about my powers of retention. Please do. Played like a damn fiddle. Why wasn't she mentioned during any of our trial preparations? She being Rockford. Emma Rockford. Birth date February 13th. Height 169 centimeters. Oh, she's just shorter than me by a few centimeters. Blood type O positive. Occupation assistant district attorney. Likes art museums, amethysts, turn-based RPGs. Dislikes ballrooms, boardrooms, cliques. Favorite quote: flowers in the mirror, moon on the water. Favorite subject: psychology. Exercises by subject seems not to hear the question. Atenea has only won against her once. So far, every hot streak starts somewhere. Hot streak? I really am going to prison, aren't I? Where shall I start? As far back as you can. A simple task. For the past year, members of the organization most commonly refer to as the Blue Blood Mafia have been making attempts to my life. Did you steal their lunch money or something? I'm the primary beneficiary of my grandfather, Daisuke Ikaria's will. In common parlance, I am the sole heir to the Ikaria Financial Group. You buy so much lunch. The group you know as the Blue Bloods have been jealous of my family's financial foresight for decades. I am merely the most recent target of their impotent attempts to nip at our heels. And 2 days ago, on August 13th, how impotent was their attempt then? I was leaving a meeting held on the upper floors of Crane Tower. My security detail escorted me to the elevators, where we would then proceed down to the canopy access floors. This was all planned out in advance. By my head of security, Sosuke Ikaria. But the elevator became stuck, with unnatural timing. When Sosuke pried the doors open, we saw that we were stuck between the 62nd and 61st floors. Pried open? With a tool? Leading the witness, Your Honor? He didn't need a tool to open the doors. His bare hands were more than sufficient. Help Sosuke. Help Sosuke out here, kid. We submit the evidence that defendants Akida Type 2 military grade spinal mod. 9 to enhance strength, endurance, and reflexes for high intensity combat scenarios. Yes, sir! It is so admitted! What happened next? The decision was made that we would crawl out from the 61st floor and head for the service elevators. Once Sosuke and I exited, the elevator started up. It was a trap. We had been cut off from the rest of my detail. You were isolated and defenseless. That must have been... Ha! Highly defenseless. You really think my personal head of security wouldn't be armed? He had Yoru. Don't tell me. You named your sword? Oh, great swords have names. Thank you, Sarah. Very well put. Let the record show that the witness identified Exhibit B-3 as belonging to the defendant. Sosuke's sword. Bladed weapon found at the scene of the crime. Impaled into the torso of victim Tarek Chopin. The steel is chipped at several points, especially at the tip. Described by Makoto as Sosuke's personal sword, Yoru, taken along with Sosuke down the lower ward following the ambush of Makoto. This sword was recovered by the police in a known blue blood den in the lower wards. Found impaled in the body of Tarek Chopin. The forensics have shown that the only fingerprints on it are those of the defendant. There's still time for you to disown it, Sosuke. You understand nothing about a swordsman's heart, Atene. Once again, it is your paralegal that has the right of it. Perhaps she should be leading my defense. If this somehow turns into a fencing competition, I'll gladly defer to you two. So you, Sosuke, and Yoru were on the 61st floor together. What happened next? When you arrived at the service elevators, Sosuke called them, and then they made a chime. And I didn't clearly see much of what happened next, to tell the truth. Figures emerged from around the corners. They were aiming weapons at me. A red dot shone on my chest. And then Sosuke was there, and a needle was sticking out of his arm. Yoru glinted. Sosuke had drawn it in the blink of an eye. Something glanced off it and dropped to the floor. I saw a syringe at my feet. Yoru's sheath was thrust into my arms, pushing me back into the elevator, and I landed on my rear. That's clearly a key piece of testimony. Let's play back 5 times. What matters is he pushed me back into the elevator with Yoru's sheath. How I landed is irrelevant and should be stricken from any public records. The other thing I saw was Sosuke's back. He slammed his hand against the elevator's control panel, and then the door shut. That's the last time you saw the defendant. The decision was made that I should get on a veto as soon as possible. But much of my detail stayed behind to assess what had happened. Yes. They were very helpful in building security and recovering Exhibit 5C, this hypodermic needle gun. Needle gun and projectiles found at the crane tower, where Makoto and Sosuke were ambushed. This model utilizes the same kind of projectile needles recovered from the room where Sosuke was held and interrogated. Fingerprints on the weapon matched those of the victim Creek. What kind of bonehead would leave evidence like that behind? A bonehead in a rush, perhaps, Your Honor. It does appear to have exhausted its gas canister, so it may have outlived its usefulness. I take it that this weapon is a match for the projectile needles found in the room where Clyde was restrained? Correct. Others exactly like them were recovered from the scene of the ambush as well. Makoto, did you see the faces of the men who attacked you? Ha! All too clearly. I can tell you every detail of their roughshod countenance. Ah, that sounds like a good bit of testimony. Hit it! My bullet's needle. Yoru. A pineapple head-like man and a raincoat-clad hooligan came at us first. They aimed at me, but Sosuke, got between us and blocked every shot. With Yoru, he could have closed distance, but then a dark-eyed scoundrel something, and a man with a ridiculous pompadour took advantage of that distraction. I'll never forget the faces of those cowards. They tried to kill me. So whatever happens to them afterwards, I'm sure this bring his talents hyperbole on full display. I'll have to fact check the description in order to get the ball rolling. Distraction. Face this coward. They tried to kill me. Call. Needle. Wanna bet? They wouldn't have been trying to. They couldn't have been trying to kill you. You're the witness. Not with non-lethal projectiles. They fired a lot of them. The one just doesn't weigh that much. Don't try it. This attack was clearly planned with the intent of capturing Makoto alive. Meaning what? That 4 of this case's victims were actually soft-hearted pacifists? There's nothing soft-hearted about what they did to my client after capturing him. Using tools they clearly originally planned to use on the witness. Let's say this. I'm getting confused here. So, is the defense? Your Honor. What matters is that the witness has identified the defendant's captors as the 4 blue blood victims that he is accused of murdering. Makoto did establish that much, but something about this attack still bothers me. And I'll put Makoto on the stand specifically to identify the victims. Is it possible that the men who attacked them weren't Creek's pod? They were attacked by Creek's pod. They were attacked by Creek's pod. I'm sure of it. I don't disagree, Your Honor. The men who attacked Makoto and took Sosuke captive, the same ones who ended up dead that night. But 2 questions do occur to me. Why were you safe on that service elevator if Sosuke truly collapsed the very moment it shut? Wouldn't these men have pursued you by any means necessary? Why am I being pinged again? Whom the fuck is pinging me? Is it important? No. Not really. Well, kind of. Not really. Yeah. Anyways. Wouldn't these men have pursued you by any means necessary? That is... I can answer that, Your Honor. When the police inspected the scene, they found that the control panel for calling the elevator on the 61st floor was broken. Smashed, in fact. The attackers would have had to manually pry open the doors to even attempt to chase after Makoto. And that would have taken remarkably modded strength. Did you mash the button that forcefully, Sosuke? I may have used more force than necessary. I wasn't exactly trying to hold myself back at the time. You hit the controls hard enough to break them. So, the Blue Bloods couldn't pursue you further, and instead elected to take Sosuke captive. So, Sosuke in the hand is better than a Makoto in the bush. The head of Makoto's security, the head of Makoto's security would surely have made for an invaluable source of information for planning future attacks. Were he made to talk? Are you denying that? No. But I would like to ask the witness one other question. Why did you get off the elevator in the first place? What are you? Hey, what are you? What I mentioned in the lobby? Oh, that's... The mics might not be picking up on it for you. But from where I'm standing, I can't help but overhear my client groaning about how badly he failed you. That's not evidence or testimony, and so should be stricken from the record. But we get the idea! So, was bailing out early the defendant's big brain idea? As head of my personal security detail, such a decision is ultimately his to make. However, that decision may have been influenced by his knowledge of the fact that I am not especially comfortable in closed spaces. What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to humiliate him? In part. I'm already trying to insult you. I'm also trying to insult you. Had we simply waited, we would have remained safe, but I was not comfortable and felt very warm. So, it was not a technical failure on Susuke's part per se. Just an error of judgment. Counselor Morgan! What's up? You feel disconnect? You can disconnect the call if... I asked you another question. Ask me another question. Ask me about how bravely Sosuke defended me. Huh? So that's your angle? We can't all be as naturally gifted at extracting valuable testimony out of spoiled brats as Emma. But I can follow her example. Insult their bride, and these Ikaria snap back as reliable as any knee-jerk reaction. And in Makoto's case, with infinitely less resistance than if I had simply asked him to testify. It's usually the lawyers who's asking the question, the witness, so Odu the answering. This is not very realistic. We ask that the witness testify for the court in more detail about exactly how valiantly Sosuke fought off the attackers. And I guess the people don't object, even though it seems super extra. No, the people don't object, Your Honor. Emma's playing passively. Either I'm onto something here, or I'm walking into a trap. Screw it. All in. I'm on the former. Mito guns. Sosuke med records. Needles. Sosuke was outnumbered from the beginning and protecting me the whole time. It didn't matter that we were ambushed or that the Bloodbloods had projectiles. Okay? Sosuke took up Yoru in both hands and swatted their needles out of the air like a graceful swat. He fought off 4 attackers and without sustaining a single injury. Mock him if you dare for being captured. Injury. But that's not a failure. Not by any general definition of the word. Hearing Makoto's describe Sosuke's heroism, it's almost more impressive than the second time. Is he updated? Maybe. I don't think so. Give me a second. I need to look at the injury reports, med records. Sosuke was apprehended at the scene of the crime. Injuries noted at the time. Blood from various sources. Across the atrium, numerous bones left and broken. It's been pale and impacted. Aspiration sound left and breathing. bruises, other blood across the feet, his pants are just wounded about from his skull, back of head. Back of head near the top. That feels like what I'm looking for. This here. Him being knocked out forcefully. It's almost more impressive the second time. He definitely fought without a care for himself. And there's evidence to show it. Outnumbered, protecting the whole time. It didn't matter. You're ambushed. Let's projectiles. This kid took out your water needles out. He did not all gracefully swatted. He fought off 4 attackers without sustaining a single injury. Med records? Yeah. Unscathed is the last thing anyone would call my client after the events of that day. Oh yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, we're good. We're doing good. We're doing good so far. We're doing good so far. Cool. On one look at his medical data from when he was arrested would tell you that much. What are you getting at, counselor? The defendant's injuries were sustained at the Blueblood's den, not at Crane Tower. The police didn't find even one drop of blood anywhere near that service elevator. Well, that is a miracle. A bloodless ambush. But the fact that no blood was found makes it all the more painfully obvious what actually happened to that elevator panel. The elevator panel? My client broke half the bones in his left hand, smashing it up. Did you really? I might have. There was a lot of adrenaline at the time. Did you not form a proper fist? Was your wrist not in alignment with your forearm? As I said, Sarah, there was a lot of adrenaline. Do you deny this medical record, clearly showing his left hand was broken? Your Honor, what does it matter that the defendant broke his left hand closing that elevator? And she does nothing about the witness's testimony. He's been contradicted because he had both hands. Right? Gambling? Of course it does. We're gambling? How so? Fuck! I knew it was. Fuck, I'm dumb, I'm an idiot. Try to think before you speak, counselor. The agent has enough trouble staying focused as is. Ahem. Well, it may be true that this wrist doesn't change the witness's testimony, but it does change the nature of the evidence you had him identify for the court. The katana? Yoru! Yoru! Its name is Yoru! We get it. Fuck! Damn it! I guess it doesn't teach her testimony because I didn't see it happening. Damn it. Whatever. Something from Makoto Ikaria about how he and Sosuke ambushed at Crane Tower. He identified Freak's Pod as the four men who attacked them and decided that Sosuke attended him by wielding Yoru with both hands. But it claims that Sosuke pushed him into the elevator with Yoru's sheath before violently smashing the panel into his left hand to close the elevator doors. Wait, what? Wait. How? We got it. Do you have a point to make, counselor? There's something odd about the katana that's been entered into evidence. Something that makes no sense given what we've learned about the outcome of this ambush. Name me the swords. Blood? Blood residue, matches Chopper, Miller, and Trey. Blood? The chipped... Wait, why is it chipped? No, chipped is... Wait, why is it... Why is it chipped? It's several... No, that makes sense, actually. I think the blood is the thing that makes no sense. Prints are... To say both hands and prints are one. That's the right hand of Sosuke's Ika... Okay, right hand makes sense. We're trying to... It makes no sense given that the will outcome of this ambush. Blood? The prints make sense? The sword is covered in blood. How can that be the case if no blood was shed at Crane Tower? Fucking, that's not it. That's what I'm looking for. God damn it. No bloodshed in lower wards to die in the harbor. Including the blood of the Terek Chopin. That's what I'm looking for. Fucking elegantly put. What I meant to direct the concern was that the fingerprints of that were found on the sword's handle. Fingerprints belonging to this case's right hand. You're contradicting yourself, counselor. We already discussed how it was your client's left hand that broke the closing off the elevator. There's nothing contradictory about him using... It's only his right hand. He said both hands. I fucking... I knew I was too early. And I pointed out earlier. Fucking hell, goddammit. Nothing contradictory about him using his right hand to wield the blade. It can be like, just because Yosuke has two hands. The people are correct. The sword found at the scene, the crime, has McClellan's right hand fingerprints on the handle. Despite the fact that this witness has testified that Sosuke was swinging with both hands. Like a graceful swatter. Specifically. Oh, hey! Oh, yeah! He did say that. So, the little tyke misremember? It was a chaotic situation where he feared for his life. Council should hardly expect him to have kept track of such an inconsequential detail. Have you already forgotten my magnanimous powers of recollection? Her tactics from earlier backfired. I'll have you know, I can recite all my subordinates' birthdays down to the hour. Write them all down so I can calculate their moonsteins later. It doesn't matter whether the witness is mistaken because Sosuke's grip, Your Honor. Because we have a much bigger issue to address. Why this sword has only my clan's fingerprints on it? Makoto testified that Sosuke wielded his katana in his defense. An act of bravery that ended with my client's face down on the floor of Crane Tower. How did they transfer the sword? He later woke up, held captive, in the lower wards. I'll state the obvious here and say while he was unconscious, he was moved. And so the sword we have in the record must have also been handled by Greek, leader of the Blue Blood Pod. Blue Blood faced-eyed. That's up the answer. Creek. Our poor victim, Creek, of course. What do you mean? Sosuke was knocked unconscious at Crane Tower. That means that someone else must have brought his sword down the elevator wards. And the only people who had the opportunity to do so would have been his captors. You mean his victims. Withdrawn. Withdrawn. Withdraw. Lawyer. Verb. To retract comment. Indicate the jury should disregard it in their deliberation, either voluntary or in response to an objection sustained by a jury, by a judge, attorney, may withdraw their comments. Officially, juries are to disregard any comments that have been withdrawn and should not take them into consideration when evaluating the evidence, witnesses, or charges laid before them. Withdrawn. The defense is forgetting a fairly simple fact, Your Honor. There's more than one way to hold a sword. Oh, worm? In case the defense needs clarification, Creek could have simply held the sword by its scabbard. Creek couldn't have held it by the scabbard. That's not possible, Your Honor. Makoto has already testified that Sosuke left the sword scabbard with him when he thrusted him back into the elevator. Your sheath was thrust into my arms, pushing me back into the elevator, and I landed on my rear. I see. And since cursed swords can't be unsheathed unless it's tasted blood? Yes, Your Honor. Very well said. We would have found the scabbard in the blood's den if Creek or his men had taken it with them. Instead, I imagine Makoto took it home. You think he took key evidence from his own assault and kept it from the police? And of course I did. As if I would trust the officers of the law to properly handle a family heirloom as precious as Yoru's sheath. Impressive insight, Ajane. But what does this actually mean? Is there some mistake with how the evidence was handled? There's a mistake here. This was all done with intention. The intention to frame my client. By putting his fingerprints onto the sword after the real culprit had already handled it. What a lot of bullshit! And the crowd goes wild. Though it does make a certain kind of sense. Because it's the truth. I did wipe that katana's handle down after removing it from Triss's throat. Sosuke just happened to be foolish enough to pick it up himself afterwards. It's frustrating having to keep all my best guards up my sleeve this time around. But the look on Emma's face when I do get to toss them out is... Oh! The people are more than ready to counter, if it pleases the court. Ooh. I like this tune. Also, look at her. Powerful. The defense has made an admirable effort to barrel around with this testimony. Admirable, but predictable. But the foundation this week, charting ahead and hoping this court won't notice, is the only option. Let us speak of the facts. This Creek character led a targeted ambush on the heir to House Ikaria, knowing he'd be guarded by a full security team. The Blue Bloods successfully sabotaged and intercepted Makoto's elevator at the precise floor they wanted. I mean, they knew exactly where he'd be and when. And they brought with them drugs capable of disabling a veteran with military-grade mods. Planning and in attention to detail, maybe foreign concepts to defense, but they should at least be able to recognize them. So, is the defense seriously suggesting that after all that preparation, Creek's pod wouldn't bother to wear gloves? I'm glad you asked so nicely. Med guns? Yep. Med guns. Apart from Crane Tower, Creek's fingerprints. KO'd Sosuke. We don't need to speculate about whether they wore gloves or not. Not when we have Creek's fingerprints on a weapon recovered from the crime scene. That is a pretty good point, actually. Guess these guys were sloppier than we thought. Those black guards were barefaced when they attacked us. Idiots, as if they wouldn't be repercussions. As if there wouldn't be repercussions. As if there wouldn't be repercussions for their actions. The least they could have done was disguise themselves. Strike that from the record, Your Honor. Along with any future comments that suggest the Ikaria would want revenge against these victims. I was only speaking of the plain truth. Creek was a leader, correct? If even Creek wasn't wearing gloves, it's hard to imagine that none of them got their prints on Yoru. Unless the sword was, indeed, wiped down at some point afterwards. Like right around the time the true culprit was looking for Sosuke to take the fall. It's a spicy theory. It's just that, Your Honor. A theory. A far-fetched, unstable theory that stacks presuppositions upon each other. What the fuck's presuppositions? Like a flapjack chef, substituting quantity for quality. Rephrase. This inconsistency is easily answered without jumping through the judge's absurdly arranged hoops. That's a little better. We already know that the Blue Bloods had successfully taken down Ikaria's head of security. And we already know that they went out of their way to take the defenses captive, despite him being their original target. Furthermore, as the defense has belabored, we know that they decided to take a useless piece of steel with them from the scene of their crime. Useless? If you ask why, the answer is obvious. Because orcas are superstitious and immature. They want a trophy, and what is there to do with a trophy? Other than polish it? The cloth from Creek's desk. I knew she flighted in arcs for some reason, but she thought this many steps ahead. The defense is correct. The sword was wiped down before Sosuke took it up as his murder weapon. With the very same victims he'd go on to claim with it. That is a completely logical explanation, damn it. How do we respond to that, Adene? We check. We don't. I can't. It makes perfect sense. So, does that mean that what she described, what actually happened? Not at all. I wiped off the sword myself, because my prints were on it. same as I wiped my prints off of every other. Right. If I can't find fault with Emma's conclusion, I need to find fault with the logic that led her there. I see. And how do we do that? By adjusting my aim. As the people say, Your Honor, no one's fingerprints but my client's are on the murder weapon. That only makes sense if he's guilty or being framed. And there's no evidence to suggest that he's been framed with the shotgun, because his captors had valid reasons for wiping off the sword. And that's true. They did have good reason to wipe off the sword. I'll check this gun real quick. Alright, is that gonna be fingerprintless as well? That's my guess. I'm checking real quick. If I can find the gun, the Mag US. Let's see. Modified, legal, short, registered. Aria, there he is. Found on Sosuke's person when he was arrested by an officer. Fingerprint analysis show that Sosuke gripped his left hand. No one has fingerprint. Yeah, this is it. Mag US is my guess. That's true. They did have good reason to wipe off the sword. But that's not the only murder weapon I'm referring to. The Magus. Tank's gun used to shoot him and Creek. Only prints are Sosuke's left hand. Before that, bet! I increase my bet. And throw this on your... This gun is the murder weapon I'm referring to. What? The police are confident that this Mag US is the gun that was used to kill Tanks and Greek. And your client was arrested with it on his person. It has your client's prints on it. But it was owned by Tanks. The records show that Sosuke is the only prints on that doohickey. So that means this Tank guy had never laid a finger on his own gun? It's entirely possible that Tank simply liked to polish his gun too. Phrasing! So he was polishing it right up until the moment his captor grabbed it and used it against him. More phrasing? Was it before or after his internal bleeding that my client took the gun off Tank without even laying a finger on it first? Before or after being tortured that he got the gun with no struggle? They could have wrestled over the gun while it was out of reach. Tanks had no injuries beside the hole in his chest. How did he get into the struggle and not get so much as a scratch? The likelihood of that scenario was seen to come down to the order of which each individual died, no? Yes, Your Honor. Then perhaps we ought to hear some more detailed testimony about that. Of course. The defense has no more questions for this witness, Your Honor. We don't object. Hold on. What are you saying? Okie dokie then. Closing the connection. I said wait. It's Sosuke. Makoto seems to be in good spirits, wouldn't you say? Yeah. He was his usual, irreproachable self. So, how can you find something about that to be depressed over? I'm ashamed that he didn't testify at all. The appearance here runs the risk of sullying the house's visage with my mistakes. Well, he wouldn't exactly slip the subpoena by claiming he had homework to do. You of all people should understand that the house doesn't have to appear in court if it truly doesn't want to. A fine levy on your account is always preferable to a smudge stain on your reputation. But he did testify, and yes, and he no doubt went directly against one or more family elders to do so. He should not be incurring debts for my sake. So, he put himself at a disadvantage for you. Do you think Makoto would want you to apologize? Or do you think he'd want you to thank him? He's young. He doesn't know what he wants yet. Fun! Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Yumi! Sarah. Dr. Sato. We're very grateful for your work sorting through the large number of reports related to this case. Sato. Yumi Sato. Date of birth, March 3rd. Height, 173 centimeters. Blood type, O negative. Occupation, medical examiner. Likes brushed metal. Grilled fish. Cardamom. Dislikes frame interpolation. Split ends. Surveys. Whoops. Splurges on live show tickets. Favorite color? Thalassanite green G. Coat? Very easy to sanitize. Phew. Yeah, my body is all high priority. Had my head underwater for a good while there. We'd prefer not to tax you with repeating every grisly detail. But if you could, would you please walk the court through the time of death for each victim and the manner in which they were determined? Right. From the top. Anchor Tan, aka Tanks, had a mishmash of street legal and chop shop mods along with his forearm. None of them were particularly up to date, but they're all working, and they did monitor his heart rate. Tank's heart rate stopped at 9:44 p.m. The cause of death was slug had a hollow design, intended to shatter inside the target. There's no mistaking that he was killed by his own gun, the Mag US, from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. Tank's autopsy. Summary of medical examiner Sato's findings on the death of Anchor Tank's Tan. At death, Mag rail slug detonating beside the subject's heart, killing them instantly. Notes the recovery per metadata and mods indicated that the time of death was 9:44 p.m. First to go. Next up is Sungmin Trench. He also had relatively low-end mods installed, and they showed his heart rate stopping at 9:45 p.m. He died from exsanguination, blood loss resulting from a laceration across his neck by a sharp metal blade. That wasn't the only injury his body sustained, though, was it? No, it was not. Posthumously, his skull was so no evil. Heavens, Miller Smells received a puncture wound straight through his jugular vein. first autopsy. Summary medical examiner thought it was caused by severe blood loss following the laceration of throat and neck. Note recovery metadata from Mod indicate that his time of death was 9:45 p.m. Surface skull was smashed with blood force posthumously, destroying a majority of his system and his other optical mods. Traces of wood splinters found in skull match the broken bat found near his body. Heavens Miller smiles. Received a puncture wound straight through his jugular vein. The blade was withdrawn. Exaggerating. Blood loss. Exaggerating blood loss, and he was likely unconscious within seconds of falling to the ground. Miller had mods, but had evidently gone to great lengths to remove all monitoring tech from them. He was not found with any electronics on his person. Using purely medical means, I narrowed his time of death down to a window of 10 minutes between 9:40 and 9:50 p.m. Even though I killed him third, and he was the second to die. That brings us to Creek. Yes, like tanks, Lakers Creek, Kristoff was shot once with a hollow slug from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. However, the slug penetrated just below their solar plexus and failed to completely shatter when it impacted a low-end spinal brace mod. As a result, Creek didn't die immediately. It is my medical opinion that Creek would have slowly bled out over the course of about 5 minutes. Their mods do not have biomonitoring capabilities. Like Miller, I've done what I can to narrow down the time death to 10 minutes window of 10:40 and 10:50 p.m. So, he was barely modded. He stayed unconscious that whole time, anyway. Impressive. Medical summary, examiner, Sato's findings, and death of Lakers Creek Kristoff. Present severe blood loss and hemorrhaging following the detonation of a mag rail slug inside the subject's torso. Subject was shot from close range of 1 to 2 meters. Subject is modified brace, likely a relatively low cost, low tech corrective measure for a childhood injury or growth defect. Spinal brace prevented the slug from shattering completely, prolonging the subject's life in exchange for multiplying damage to internal organs severalfold. Subject's childhood medical records indicate DT3, but no signs of the disease seem to exist in his time. No methamphetamine in bloodstream. Most likely subject recovered due to natural robustness. Interesting. But we do have one more context clue to work with. This data pad was found very close to Creek's body, and technicians confirmed that it required Creek's fingerprint for most functions. That means it's unlikely that anyone else would have been able to manipulate it. We found that the last action taken on this was an attempted dark card transaction that failed at 9:44 p.m. What could cause a dark card transaction to fail? Are they hit cancel, or the card itself was jostled, interrupting the scan? As if the data pad was suddenly dropped? Speculation? Speculation? How much qualification does one need to understand that card readers can be finicky, Your Honor? True enough! Chip, swipe, pin, tap! Just let me buy the damn balloon animal, you clown! So, taking that digital evidence into account, Creek would have been shot almost at the exact same time as Tanks. Thank you. There's one more body you examined for this case, yes? Officer Tarek Chopin. I didn't need to determine his time of death, as a patrol officer had a standard suite of police issued by monitors. So we know that Officer Chopin's death was stopped. Heart was stopped at 10:14:04 p.m. triggering an automatic 10-999 alert. Officer down. Letting up the crime scene like a firecracker, ensuring every cop in the city would come running, royally pissed, and safety's off. Chopin was impaled through his back by a long, thin blade. It severed his aorta, and as a result, he died instantly. To summarize, then, we can conclude that Tank's gun was taken from him before 4:40 p.m. Before 9:44 p.m., he and Creek were then shot with it. Their attacker out of ammunition took up a sword and stabbed Miller in the throat before slicing into Trek's neck. This individual then proceeded to posthumously smash Trek's skull by striking it so hard that they shattered a baseball bat. Something they don't point out is the fact that I know there's no knife on the scene, but they stabbed his neck with a sword. With the sword. How much though? It wasn't that much, right? It didn't go through. Therefore, something is missing in this conclusion of how he died, which we know is a knife that is not on scene, and missing evidence somewhere, which is interesting. We don't know who has the knife yet. We don't know where the knife went at all. As Creek bled to death on the other side of the room, finally, when Officer Chopin entered the scene, they stabbed him in the back. They were finally being apprehended by Officer Rogers. That's all correct, as far as we understand it. So, now Rockford's put together a timeline. It's probably helpful for the jury putting it all in chronological order. But have we actually learned anything new about the culprit's actions? We have. Emma brought her on the stand to establish the culprits. Starting. Methodology. Starting time. Starting position. The question was about the gun. I think starting time? Methodology. What does methodology mean? I mean, methodology. System of methods used in a particular area of study or activity. No, that doesn't feel right. I'm guessing either starting position or starting time. What times? I want to say starting time. You want to establish the starting time of all the murders. Wasn't that pretty obvious just from one autopsy? Tank died first, as Mods confirmed it. Well, yes, but the fact that Tanks and Creek died first, combined with where the shooter stood, tells us in what part of the room the culprit must have started their killing spree. Correct. But Creek and Tank died first, and they were both shot from within 1 to 2 meters. Know that the culprit must have started taking action right by the desk, and by the door of the hoarding room, and not by the door of the hoarding room. Indeed. The likelihood of my client broke out from there is not very high at all. Check. Yes? An abundance of DNA evidence established that the defendant was indeed held in the other room. But clearly he didn't remain there. His captors must have taken him out to question him in the main room, and dragged him in front of the desk, where Tanks' gun would be within reach. You're the one who's reaching. You have evidence to the contrary? A better explanation of how he got out of there, where he was being held? I can exactly propose that the real killer set him free as a scapegoat. The forensics are clear. My client was gagged and bound in that room. Was! Clearly, they had to cut him loose to question him. A mistake that ended up costing them their lives. Do you think that's true, nthCirlce? I'm not positive, of course. My body is telling me that I was held in that room from the time I woke up until I got myself free. Emma's theory about the blue bloods being dumb enough to let Siska near a gun isn't perfect, but it's still a theory. I don't have jack shit to counter with because not even Sosuke knows how I let him out. If the defendant has no objections, then let's just have to take the L and meekly move to their cross-examination. Adonai, that made you sound very feeble. You've developed a habit of only saying we when I'm winning. Fix it. That made us sound very feeble? Why do I have to get roped in? Emma's already established the timeline. In order events. I could pick at the details, but she's close enough to the truth already. I know the truth firsthand, but every death except Chopin's in this case. Emma and I are on even footing. So what's my advantage? What do I know that everyone else is mistaken about? Right. The murder weapons. Everyone thinks Miller was stabbed in the neck by the katana. I'm the only one who knows my knife was there. There's got to be a way I can use that information to my advantage here, without revealing that I have it, or how I got it. I'm walking a razor's edge here. At least it's thematically appropriate. The defense is ready to begin our cross-examination, Your Honor. Dr. Sato, you were asked to examine 5 bodies. Did you visit the crime scene? I did not. Have not. Photos and other ARC data were provided to me to aid in my examination. Surely the defendant isn't objecting to a little virtual work? Of course not. After all, had anything been added or removed from the crime scenes, the ARCs would have shown it. There's no fooling it once it's been set up. Oh, that's a good blue. Okay, so I need to be careful not to bust over 21. Two individuals suffered gunshot wounds. You found them both matched to the M8, the MAG US firearm. That's been entered into evidence? I did. Shrapnel is by nature. Shrapnel is by nature unpredictable. But the scale of destruction does make it pretty hard to mistake for anything else. I didn't exactly learn anything new there. Couldn't the shrapnel have been there? No. Blade wounds. I'm at 12. I'm pretty high on the card, so I have to be careful what I do here. I could bust really easily. I need a singular 9 con. I'm good. Victims. Trey and Miller were both attacked with the blade. Exactly how fast did they die? Trey had his throat slashed and blood found in his hand, suggesting that he had time to reach up to his neck in response. But he would have quickly stumbled back and collapsed on the floor dead. Miller wouldn't have lost much blood at the moment. His neck was punctured. For that kind of wound and weapon acts as a stopper. Once that stopper was removed, he would have lost consciousness in mere seconds. And while the blade was still in his back, his neck, if it was there for more than a second, he too would have reflexively reached up, presumably to try and grab the blade. Is there proof he grabbed the blade? Is there any evidence that he tried to grab the razor blade, the razor-sharp katana lodged in his neck? He has no blood in his right hand, but there were no cuts on it. But he grabbed the knife's handle, let his sword's edge. So it stands to reason that the blade was withdrawn very quickly. By the time his hand reached up to his neck, it would have been gone. One of many small inconsistencies with this katana theory I can shine a light on. Will that be enough? I want to know about Chopin's concepts of death here. Could you speak a bit more about the manner of Officer Chopin's death? Well, to reiterate, his body was found with the katana stuck through his back. It punctured his heart, killing him. There were massive blood loss at the scene, at least in part because of the wound in question was agitated, I suppose I'd say. I just need a 4. This doesn't help me with the knife. I think risking katana stab plus. Stabbing Miller's neck so precisely and so fast. That'd be quite the feat for a sort of swordsmanship. Stating a conclusion, Your Honor. Comments withdrawn. Quick as a blade. Have you ever seen a stab wound like the one that killed Miller, inflicted by a long blade, and wielded in one hand by a man experiencing heavy blood loss? No, I can't say that I have. Now, whether that maneuver is impressive or improbable, well, I'm a doctor, not a fencer. And Sosuke doesn't own a rapier. Does the katana fit the puncture wound? Did you find that the stab wound on Miller's neck fit the sword that the police recovered? Approximately? That doesn't sound conclusive. The entry wound is slightly smaller than I would expect for such a precise stab. The sword hand would have barely trembled, but it's within tolerable range. Furthermore, DNA on the tip of the sword is a match for Miller. Damn it. Just because I happened to drag it across where this blood dripped. And of course there isn't any other implement at the scene that fits the wound better. No. Of course there isn't. Fucking hell. I'm gonna go for this risky play. What does agitated mean? What do you mean by agitated? Honestly, as though after impalement, the blade was moved around inside the wound. As if he had become stuck and someone was struggling to remove. There we go. Yes! Yes, we did it. 21, we did it. London mentioned that Sato found his wound odd, but to hear her specifically say the blade had been stuck. That's interesting. Thank you, Dr. Sato. I think I can speak for all of us when I say I found that very enlightening. Blackjack. Dr. Sato, you just testified that Officer Chopin was impaled from behind. Did this occur on the spot where his body was found? Yes, it did. Oh, I get it now. If it was impaled in the back, why was the blade stuck? Stolen off. Yes, it did. The body shows no signs of being moved. I'm curious then. What was there for the sword to get stuck on? Huh? Well, if Chopin was in the center of the room, standing upright, I mean, I wouldn't have gotten caught on air, right? It wouldn't have gotten caught in air, right? Bone, perhaps? Surely you examined the wound inside and out. Did you see marks of his ribcage where the blade had caught? No, I didn't. Then it stands to reason the blade didn't get caught in anything inside Dr. Chopin. It got caught on the floor. Pardon? You need to take greater advantage of the arcs, Counselor Markin. Learn to flip things on their head. Entire rooms, if need be. If you had, you see that there is a clear indentation in the floor that lines up perfectly with Dr. Chopin's wound. How did you think the tip of the sword got chipped? You're saying the sword got stuck in the floor? That's what the facts are saying. Do you disagree? No, I don't. I don't necessarily disagree, no. If Chopin was impaled, then fell face first, it makes perfect sense that the sword to get caught in the floor as he collapsed on top of it. So we can conclude that after being impaled, Chopin was impaled, Chopin fell over with the sword still in his torso, driving the sword into the ground. His attacker agitated the wound by trying to retrieve the sword from his corpse. Does that sound right? What? Asking me? Asking me? Sort of, asking the room, I guess. Well, I believe I can answer. What you're describing makes sense, Dr. Sato, but only up until we consider again the fingerprints on the sword handle. If my client really did impale Tarek Chopin and get his sword stuck doing so, why would he try to retrieve it with only one hand? Because he had to retrieve it with one hand. Yourself already elucidated that the defendant's left hand was broken when he destroyed the elevator panel in the crane tower. His left hand was too damaged for him to even grip a sword. And that doesn't square with this piece of evidence. The shotgun in his left hand. The Mag US? How could Michelange's left hand be too damaged to grip his sword, and yet also capable of gripping the Mag US? A lovely question. Truly. One for the books. Amazing. Sorry, I need to do something in the background real quick. And where is the other one? Okay, okay. And yet also capable of gripping the Mag US? That oddity is hardly impossible to explain. We've already determined that the Mag US was fired twice before the sword was used at all. Prized weapon with a broken hand surely rendered his left hand useless. Ugh, that's... It is difficult to wield a sword with a damaged hand, isn't it, Sosuke? Historically, even the loss of a pinky on your non-dominant hand was considered enough to render you relatively defenseless. Is that why Yakuza would often cut off fingers as reconnaissance for offenses? That's right, Sarah. In fact, cut the chatter and save the history lesson. He had to pull the sword loose with one hand because the left hand was useless. Looking at all the forensics pulled from the katana, that's... Your Honor, the people claim that my client had to use one hand to retrieve his sword because his other hand was disabled. But does the evidence actually suggest that? What do you mean? Forensics performed on the katana found my client's right hand fingerprint on the katana, on the handle. But what grip are the prints on? What grip are the prints a match for? Let me just give it a quick think here as I meticulously analyze the position of each finger. A normal grip. The grip is normal. Do you mean to say that the thumb is facing towards the blade, Your Honor? Well, yeah, but isn't it easier to just say he held it like normal? If my client had held the sword with his right thumb normally, Your Honor, that would mean he held the handle like that even as he tried to jostle the blade free from the floor it was impaled in. Which is far from impossible. But if, Your Honor, the court has questions about exactly how the defendant was positioned when he was found standing above the defense officer Chopin's corpse, I believe the people's next witness will be able to answer all of them. That can only mean it's finally time to face off with the arresting officer, Chopin's partner. Very well. Then let us summon the stand. A no name not found. What? 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 Is that a family or given name? What? What? Yeah, got one big ol' error right here, and it's classic. Witness not found, literally. He ain't here. Huh? What? He's had hours to get here. What the hell could he possibly be? Her star witness is a no-show? Is this good news or bad news? Like hitting the jackpot on the world's sketchiest slot machine. Feels good, but you get this feeling that the staff is gonna make you pay for it. That idiotic... Pay for it? When? Fine, I'll finish it myself. Right about now. Perhaps it's for the best then, Your Honor. We can save the court the trouble of wrapping up things here and now. The facts are simple. The defense has failed to refute them even. Thus the people call for summary judgment. Already? The defendant is the only one with his prints on the gun. He is the only one with his prints on the katana. His own employer testified that this court that he has attacked and captured by 4 of the 5 victims. He was found and arrested standing over the body of the dead cop before 2 more officers arrived and secured the scene. That must be Riot in London she's referring to. As the only living person left secure at the scene of the crime, there was no one else who could have committed these murders. She's on a tear. And I'd be lying if I said it wasn't entertaining. But it's only because she's on tilt. She was thrown off by her witness flaking. It's causing her to overstep. She just fired off a lot of claims in quick succession. Which is the weakest one? Where do I counterattack? Oof. Let's see. Only one with the prints on the gun, that's true. Weirdly enough. That feels the weakest one, maybe? There's only one with the katana, with prints on the katana. His only employer testified court, he was attacked and captured by 4 of the 5 victims. He was found and arrested standing over the body of a dead cop. I was arrested and escaped the scene. The only living person left the scene of crime. There was no one else who could have committed those murders. Until she was throwing off witness. So we considered an overstep. Then tear. I guess she was enchaining. Right off a lot of claims for possession. Which one is the weakest one? Fuck. Shit. Fuck. What is the weakest one? God. Any suspects? Oh God. Oh God. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. Cameras are saying over the body. That's kind of the weakest one, I guess. Let's go with the police testimony. The police testimony she's made reference to hasn't been presented to court yet. But it's not as if Rogers would be lying about arresting Sosuke. We're all standing here because he was arrested. Fuck me, I'm doing so bad here. The new evidence we're seeing so far is infallible. I read over. Just claim that Sosuke was the only. Sosuke's the only one who could have committed these murders. She can't possibly prove that. Oh, of course. She can't prove that there wasn't anyone else there that night because I actually was. But unlike her, you can prove the possibility of another partly being present without having to reveal their identity. The people are mistaken, Your Honor. My client wasn't the only person there that night. And there's evidence to show it. Dark card. Duh! The fuck did this come from? What's that? The dark card found lodged in the creek state pad? That's right. The perfect payment option when neither you nor the business you frequently like attaching names or faces to. Hi, it's up the devil. I'm loving it so far. I'm doing pretty bad at this trial. I fucked up so many times. But welcome! Welcome in, Rhea. How you doing? Hope you're having a lovely evening. It's not a movie day, so it's Friday. We're going through it. I'm gonna finish this trial and wrap it up. But this is episode 2. This is episode 2. Which released about a little bit ago. It's like 2 weeks ago, kind of. So it's relatively new content. So if you wanna look away, if you haven't played episode 2 yet, run, get out of here. Episode 2, the newest thing. Episode 2. I'm enjoying it. It's lovely. It's so good. I'm doing so bad. I'm doing so bad though. This is episode 2. If you again. Okay. But yeah, it's episode 2. We're going through it. We are once again, like in the prologue, defending an innocent man for a crime we partially committed. Because the very start of this chapter, this episode, we are shown to be the ones who have murdered 4 of the victims in this crime. There's 5 victims in this crime. We murdered 4 of them, and we unwittingly framed our client. Unwittingly, because we did not know that he would be our client hours later. So, we're once again doing a silly thing where we are the person who murdered a lot of the people, but there's a 5th police officer who's been killed. We don't know who did that, because we had no hand in murdering a police officer. All we murdered were low-life criminal blue bloods. Fun. So yeah, anyways. That's right. The perfect payment option when neither you nor the business you frequently like attaching names to faces. We've already discussed that within moments of Creek's death, a transaction was being attempted on the datapad. A transaction made using this dark card. But whatever for? Perhaps some of the handful of illicit substances that we found at the scene of the crime. Oh crap, yeah, I almost forgot. These guys are drug dealers. And drug dealers get customers, Your Honor. Customers that can be very temperamental when things go south. Are you trying to suggest that these killings were the result of a drug deal gone wrong? I mean, they sort of were. A drug deal made in person at a blue blood stronghold? Dark cards require a passkey and a fingerprint. The card would be useless if its owner wasn't physically present for the transaction. A transaction that might be abruptly cancelled if tension boiled over. A potential buyer would likely have been across the desk from Creek. The same position in the room. We've established that the killer must have started their rampage. Good idea, counselor. But there's no meat to it. We know that Creek was using that datapad before he died. And we know the dark card was processing a transaction at the time. But for some reason, you made the assumption that he was selling. The simplest explanation is that he was buying, using the dark card that he owned. The dark card belonged to Creek? How will you respond? I don't need to respond. With evidence. I just need to point out the flawed evidence that she's constructed about her argument upon. Into rich criminals. Rich criminals. This man ain't rich. This man ain't rich. This man ain't fucking rich at all, ain't he? Let me double check let me double check this real quick. Let me double check what she said. Dark card was processing transaction at the time. That's true. Why should we selling? What would he be buying? How would he own the dark card? Face ID'd by Makoto. Leader of Blue Blood Pod. Second shot, second to last dead. Either the dark card or Creek is the I think I'm putting evidence on. Because this is fine. Because it was recorded abrupted dark card transaction, that's true. But he ain't rich. Characterization, Your Honor. Ooh, that's hot. That's hot. That's hot. That's hot. Murder's hot. Big fan. Characterization, Your Honor. Well, I can't proceed with the game. The people are claiming that the dark card in the evidence recorded belonged to the victim, Krieg. Despite the fact that there's no fingerprints on it either. What? Let's check out the flaw in your components. Yay. What? If that dark card had belonged to Krieg, he would have had to insert it into his datapad with his teeth. Yuck! So, who did that dark card belong to? Perhaps a customer who didn't like his prices. A disgruntled customer would have wiped their prints off the card to hide the fact that they were even there. That's absurd. If the customer brought the dark card with them, I'm saying, why the hell wouldn't they take it with them when they left? It was stuck in the data pad. They could have pulled a little harder. They could have taken the data pad with them. Who would leave behind everything without something valuable? The card is worthless to everyone but its owner. To whom could it be priceless? To whom it could be priceless? Why would they choose to leave behind? The answer to that is simple. If I'm honest, we're discussing the possibility of a deal gone south. What could cause that in the first place? Aggressive negotiating Aggressive negotiation tactics. Or a customer who couldn't pay. This customer could afford a dark card? And yet they couldn't pay. Hold on, you're trying to say that all these deaths, all this carnage? You think it's all because their card got declined? Hard to live down that kind of faux pas. Murdering 4 or 5 people in order to skip paying your bills is pretty aggressive. But if you need your fix, why is there any indication that the contraband was taken from the scene of crime? Your Honor, that is difficult to say. Without knowing their inventory before the crime occurred, we cannot rule out the possibility. That was a little lackluster of a pushback. Is she really that thrown off by this witness playing hooky? Well, I hate to do this, because I love spending time with you all and having a physical body and being insulted. But it does seem like I have to decline a recess while we wait. Perfectly reasonable, Your Honor. That's the most romantic thing I've ever heard. What? Court is now in recess. Okay. We're gonna end off there, because I need to go have dinner and shower and rest my fucking voice. But that was fun! I am enjoying this so far. We're going places. We're getting places. Let me close the game real quick as well. Before I forget to do that. Where is the game? Where is it? Oh, there's... Two windows open. Too many windows! Okay, we're good. And let me also take off the hints I put on. But, that was fun. We are making some headway through the trial. We did a few stumbles here and there, admittedly. Not my proudest moment, I'll say. But, I am really enjoying this trial so far. It's going so well. I'm excited to do more of this next time. I think I'm gonna play more of this next week as well. But what I have planned for stream next is next stream in the week should be tomorrow, Saturday, 3 p.m. EST, for some Minecraft, because my friend is opening up a server for her community, and I'm allowed to stream on it. So it was like, I got permission to stream it. So like, I'm gonna play Minecraft a while. It'd be very fun to play some Minecraft. Plus, I really want to play some more. I want to play my friend's server, and it's open up tomorrow. I'm excited to play Advanced, but that's for later. But yeah, I'm excited to see where this trial's gonna go, and I want to find out. I want to know who the fuck killed the officer. Who killed that officer? Because we didn't do anything. We didn't kill the officer. We had nothing to do with it. All we did was kill the 4 hoodlums, the 4 crime members of a mafia, crime syndicate, whatever. But besides that, I'm gonna go have a shower. We're gonna say hi to a birthday girl, my lovely friend Hasia. It's her birthday today, so we're gonna say hi, wish her happy birthday, say hello to her. She's a lovely little goat. She's a lovely lady. We love her a lot, and yeah. That's it for me today. I'm gonna go rest my voice. It's Lord forbid I'm gonna fucking die. But hope to see you guys next time for maybe some Minecraft, maybe some more Vision Novel on Sunday, or maybe some more of the next week on Friday. Who knows? Until then, have a lovely rest of your evening, guys.